here on Tata. Requested to say.
Welcome to Tangaza University, where we nurture minds, transform lives, and empower. A very good morning to dear viewer, and thank you for joining us, coming to you live as we join Philosophy Day Symposium 2025, and of course we shall be getting to these days. Philosophy plays a very big role in reflecting on the challenges affecting education and how it can promote and bring challenges affecting education. And of course during the day, guest speakers, we have keynote speaker Senator Omtata of Busia. Right now, to understand more about this day, why is as a university
It's a great occasion of the Tangaza International Philosophy Day, which is a celebration of the day of the Institute of Philosophy that happens to occur on the patron saint of the Institute, the feast, St. Thomas Aquinas. So, dear viewers all over, I'm so happy to welcome you to this great occasion so that we together celebrate this day and see what this day offers for us. Karibuni.
Right, thank you very much. And just let us reflect on the theme of this year, that is university education, and imagined contemporary challenges in a philosophical outlook. Why this theme?
This theme is so important, so key, and the steering committee settled on it because of its connectedness directly to education, and we all know what education is to us. And we set on this to reflect on it from a point simply because man is a rational animal, man is a philosophical animal, and so man has to reflect on the realities that confront him every day and to make a meaning out of these realities. And so education being one, today through this team, the Institute has decided to reflect on the relevance of education, the fundamentals of education, and how we can make education better as part of man. Yeah.
Right, and what are some of the specific insights that the viewers should expect to see during the day, and some of the activities that we also are expecting to see that is going to be happening here?
Dear viewers, packaged on this day, as I said, being a celebration of the feast day of the patron saint of the Institute, we are going to expect lots of presentations, both local and international, as the theme suggests. Some will present online and others will be interfaced. There will be reflections on what education is, reflections on challenges of education, reflections on the way forward, what we can make of education so that it may be relevant to us, may be meaningful to us, and above all, we're going to reflect on university education, whether the objectives of university education are being realized from philosophical point of view. It is going to be a very exciting day, and we too are also very, very much excited. So dear viewers, you're welcome. Those who are able can make their contributions in terms of questions online. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Etriga, for your time. And before we wind up, being the director of Institute of Philosophy, could you kindly tell us how do you see philosophy shaping or evolving our future in terms of solving the challenges? I mean, imagine challenges in life.
I would say the future of philosophy, the way it is evolving with regards to challenges, with regards to issues of life, into one, it's somehow on a negative note, in the sense that to many outside there and also those dealing with the educational policies, philosophy may not be so much practical science, may not be so much relevant to the society today, simply because the society is moving towards consumerism, materialism, and philosophy dealing with the fundamentals, principles. It may appear that philosophy is not so much relevant. But the second point then, which is a positive one, is that philosophy, as I said, being life, there is no way we can detach ourselves from philosophy. So the way I see the future of philosophy is the way it is evolving, is that it's going to give a direction to humanity, it's going to give a sense of meaning to human life, and all that pertains to human life. And so the future, actually, the success of humanity lies in asking philosophical questions, beginning with the philosophy of education that we are confronting today. Thanks. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. And last question, maybe to all those viewers watching us and going to be following this event live on Capuchin TV, do you have any message that you'd love to leave out to them, the students, we have the leaders, and even the policy makers? Anything you'd love to say to them?
Oh, definitely, yes. To all policy makers, students, online viewers, people of every strata of life, because philosophy cuts across the domains of different strands of life. It's going to be a very exciting day. Join us in whichever way you can, and be very positive. If you can make contributions, and make contributions. And at the end of the day, definitely you will have something to reflect profoundly on your life from a philosophical point of view. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Etriga, and wishing you all the very best as you mark you for the International Philosophy Day Symposium 2025. May God bless you and all the very best. All right. Okay. There is Reverend Dr. Etriga Mungushi, who is the director of the Institute of Philosophy here in Tangaza University, and has been able to key in some points on what should the viewers expect to see during the day that is going to be happening. And just as I mentioned before that, we're going to have the keynote speaker being Senator Omtata of Busia. And again, as I get to see my notes here, there will be other guest speakers. That is Professor Michael from the DVC academics from Rongo University, and another guest speaker, that is Dr. Patrick, a senior lecturer at Technical University of Kenya, and so many other discussions in between and questions during this activity. And just to key in that, philosophy helps us to understand and address fundamental human concerns such as justice, ethics, and purpose. And as Dr. Mungushi, that is the director of Institute of Philosophy here at Tangaza University, has been able to key in, I'm gonna leave it here, and later we shall be interacting with the students, with the leaders, and the people who have attended at this event here, just to hear their thoughts. I stay tuned for that because the activity will be beginning anytime. Here. My name is Maureen Kimani. Stay tuned, and I hope you're gonna enjoy these beautiful events. Stay tuned for more activity.
Remember, the theme of the day is university education and emergent contemporary challenges in a philosophical outlook. As we wait for our chief, emerging challenges, some of the emerging contemporary challenges we are experiencing.
Begin our program by singing the national anthem. Let us clap for them. Welcome. Welcome our Vice Chancellor. Welcome. Karibu, karibu, karibu. Our Director, Hetriga, karibu. Please come forward. Come up. Hetriga, please come up. Our guest of honor is here, Honorable Kia Omtata. Welcome to Tangaza University. A clap for Daktari. Welcome, please. Our DVC for academics, Dr. Kitonga, karibu. Welcome, please come up. Our guest speaker, Dr. Dikil, please welcome. Our Dean, Nicholas, please come up. Come up. Take a place. May we be led by singing the national anthem as we remain upstanding. I invite Reverend Father Kenneth to lead us with an opening prayer.
Our guest of honor, our VC, the DVCs, our director, all protocols observed. Our dear brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin with a quotation from Proverbs chapter 18, verse 15, which says, "The heart of the discerning acquires knowledge, for the ears of the wise seek it." In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Eternal wisdom, source of truth and wisdom and meaning. We gather here in pursuit of understanding, to question, to reason, and to learn. Grant us the courage to doubt with humility, the clarity to seek with sincerity, and the grace to listen with open hearts. May our dialogue be guided by respect, our disagreements shaped by kindness, and our words carry the weight of integrity. In this shared space of inquiry, may we honor thinkers who came before us, illuminate the mysteries that lie ahead of us, and deepen our connection to the world, to one another, and the infinite. May we find in our discourse not only answers, but also the joy of the journey and the unity of our shared humanity. In the spirit of wisdom, we start with you, Lord. Walk with us and inspire our hearts. We ask all this through Christ our Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
May we take our seats. And now I take this opportunity to welcome the Dean for the School of Theology in Tangaza, which houses the Institute of Philosophy, to give us a welcome.
Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Patrick Mwania, the DVC Academics, Research and Student Affairs, Dr. Daniel Gitonga, our keynote speaker today, Honorable Senator Okiya Omtata, the other guest speakers, Dr. Patrick Dikir and Professor Michael Ntabo, the lecturers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I take this opportunity to welcome everybody on behalf of the School of Theology in Tangaza University. And I want to thank the committee that prepared this symposium, by the director of the Institute of Philosophy, Dr. Dennis Etriga, for the 4th International Philosophy Day Symposium 2024. It is on this regard of us to feel at home, more so as we listen Ladies and gentlemen, my dear sisters and brothers, and also to network. So let us all get ready and open our... Thank you.
Clap for the Dean. Thank you. We have begun late, but you can see we are moving very fast. We'll be able to recover. I take this opportunity now to welcome our Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academics and Research, Dr. Kitonga, who will give us some opening remarks. And after that, I will request you, as you complete your opening remarks, also to take the opportunity to invite our Vice Chancellor, who will in turn invite the guest of honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Dominic, and good morning. Good morning. Yes, I know I'm greeting philosophers, and philosophers, they are philosophizing, they are critically thinking and waiting to engage the minds, and that's why maybe the greeting is not of any essence. Anyway, as you have been introduced, was introduced, I'm Dr. Daniel Kitonga. I'm the DVC, Academics, Research, and Student Affairs. And when the Director of Philosophy informed me about this symposium, and it is a day of philosophy, Tangaza University International Philosophy Day. I went back a bit to check, why are we celebrating the Philosophy Day today? And in the records, I found out that a Philosophy Day is an occasion dedicated to reflecting on the nature of philosophy and its relevance to humanity. And that really made me reflect about my own relationship. And when we are together and we have a guest of honor who has reciprocated the invitation to come and grace this occasion, and I would like on my own behalf to thank you for coming to grace this Philosophy Day of Tangaza University. Feel very welcome. The other speakers, Professor Michael Ntabo, and Dr. Dr. Patrick Dikir, you are also most welcome to Tangaza. Tangaza is not new to you. In the last Philosophy Day, you are here, and in fact, there will be an occasion just to celebrate the book that as a proceeding of that occasion. So I want to encourage all of us, as it was mentioned by the Dean, to use this time fruitfully, to encourage critical thinking among ourselves, and that critical thinking within the theme of university education and emergent contemporary challenges. We all know the challenges that we are facing. We don't need to be reminded, but we need to think about those challenges and come up with the sustainable solutions. In that way, then the university will be relevant in the society. Otherwise, if things continue the way they are, and we are there to provide that solution, then we will not be doing the service. And I want to pick a quote by John Stuart Mill that reminds us that genius can only breathe freely in an atmosphere of freedom. And in this context, universities as bastions of freedom and inquiry must be adaptable and courageous, embrace uncertainty and change to illuminate paths forward in a tumultuous world. This is what we have gathered today, in different topics, articles, to discuss how we can provide solutions. I welcome you to Tangaza University. Feel much welcome and enjoy the day. Thank you so much, the MC. I was also asked to invite our VC, and it is my humble honor and pleasure to welcome Reverend Professor Patrick Mwanya to address this gathering and to declare this symposium duly open so that we can start the thinking, the discussion, and so forth. Welcome, Father. A clap as he comes.
So our DVC, Academics, Research and Student Affairs, our Dean of the School of Theology, Reverend Dr. Nicholas Obiero, Director of the Institute of Philosophy, Dr. Triga, lecturers, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, our students in the Department of Philosophy, in a very special way, our keynote speaker for today, Honorable Okia Mtata, the Senator. God is good, and all the time. Good morning, everyone. So I take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you to Tangaza University. Tangaza University is very happy today, the administration, to welcome you, and is honored to have yet another opportunity to engage in a very pertinent topic today, the topic of the conference this morning. And in a very special way, once again, we are very happy and honored to have him having accepted our invitation, Honorable Okia Mtata, who will be our keynote speaker, plus the other speakers who have prepared on different topics, and they're going to engage us today. Honorable Sir, Tangaza is a Catholic faith-based institution which is founded on a strong Catholic educational ethos. And as you well know, the Catholic Church has been a big player and continues to play this indispensable role in the evolution and configuration of education system in our country, Kenya. We are proud as an institution to be able to stand with others in this education sector and other global players to be able to equip our learners, those who come to Tangaza, with the requisite skills and competencies to be transformative leaders who will be agent of change and transformation, not only in our country, Kenya, but in the global society. This role, however, is not always easy and self-evident, and therefore the reason why a conference like this, discussing pertinent issues affecting education, is very, very important. The theme of this Philosophy International Conference, University Education and Emergent Contemporary Challenges, a philosophical outlook, is indeed relevant and timely, as it resonates and aligns very well with the vision and mission of our University Tangaza, which is to form ethical servant leaders for church and society through offering quality education, creation of new knowledge through research, and community outreach. The theme is relevant, and relevant especially for us who are in the leadership of higher education, because we are daily, constantly challenged to keep on verifying the quality and relevance of higher education that we offer. Indeed, the education sector in Kenya and even globally is faced with myriads of unprecedented challenges. I wish to mention here two of them without any intention to develop them in their depth. and without watering down what is to come from the presenters of today. Ladies and gentlemen, I think one of the challenges that the education sector is facing today, and it could be one of the challenges that we are discussing today, is the gap that exists between the curricula that we have in our higher institutions and the praxis out there. The gap between the education we give, the theoretical bit of it, and the industry. And I think many times this has been discussed. How do we link what we teach? How do we link what universities offer and what the world and the industry out there is looking for? And I think that is a big challenge that is not only affecting education sector here in Kenya, but globally is a question. How do we become relevant? How do we bridge the disconnect that exists between the theory taught in class and the praxis out there? And I hope a conference like this may be able to address a challenge like that. And the second challenge that I would want to mention just by passing is the challenge of lack of ethical leaders in our world, in our country, and in our society. Each and every day we are complaining about people who have gone through university education, they are learned, but they are not ethical in their praxis. How can education, how can our philosophical conversation today help us also bridge that gap? There has been a clip that has been going around where universities we've been challenged and told, is it true that we are training people who are incompetent, people who end up being not ethical leaders, unable to practice ethical leadership out there once they leave the university? And the challenge is, if most of the court cases we have, if most of the most corrupt people we have, if most of the people who are supposed to be leaders out there, ethical leaders, are not what they are, and we keep on educating and enrolling students in universities, is it, could it be true that in the future we are going to have very many unethical leaders out there? And I believe that this is a big challenge that we all have to look at and not to ignore. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, most welcome to Tangaza and welcome to this very, very important topical issue that we are going to be taken through our presenters today. And I believe that we have been able to bring able presenters to help us in this discussion today. Welcome to this conversation, and especially our students in the Department of Philosophy. And congratulations to the Institute of Philosophy for having prepared for this symposium and for having come up with this very relevant and timely topic. I wish each one of us a fruitful conversation, discussion today. As I come to the end, one of my tasks I had been asked to is to launch the proceedings of the last year's international conference, which was, I guess, the fourth, and now we have either, I think, the fourth. And before I do that, I would want to invite Father Dominic to say something about that book that has been published. Before we launch it, it's good we understand and hear about the content. Welcome.
Thank you, Reverend Patrick. So the School of Philosophy, not School of Philosophy, the Institute of Philosophy has decided to be publishing all the proceedings for this symposium that the symposia that we have. We have already published some. The year before last year, that is 2023, we had the conference on Kwasiwiredu, you remember. So now the publication is out, and we are happy that we have our Vice Chancellor here to launch the book. The one that we did last year on artificial intelligence is almost ready, and we should be also launching it very soon. So, how do we do it? Dennis, I can maybe invite Dennis and the DVC academic. So you can present the book to the Vice Chancellor and the Deputy Vice Chancellor. And he will open the book and display it to us. It's a very guarded property. Eh? It's an intellectual property, as you can see. Makofi at last. Oh, the book is here. Oh, the book is here. The book is here. Beautiful. What do you see, Vice Chancellor?
Yes, the book is Kwasi Wiredu Thoughts, and it's prefaced by Mugishi Dennis Etriga, and also edited by Mugishi Dennis Etriga, and the publisher is Dumuni Research. Can we clap for the initiative? And we congratulate also the Institute of Philosophy for leading, for showing us the way. We used to say that philosophy is the handmaid of theology, but I think now we should be saying philosophy is the handmaid of academia. So all of us at Tangaza, we are challenged by the Institute of Philosophy to move also towards publication and research. Thank you so much, Dr. Etriga, for taking the lead. And with those few remarks now, I wish to declare this International Philosophy Conference 2024-2025 academic year officially opened.
Thank you so much, our beloved Vice Chancellor, for that. We have the book here. It's a nice book, beautiful, both physically and intellectually when you open it. And let me say that this is a good opportunity for upcoming researchers. You can use this opportunity to start publishing. Just write a paper, and then once it is given a green light by Dr. Ochieng, then you can have your publication start. It's 18 euros. Which comes to around 2,000 Kenya shillings, and that's okay. That is worth it for such a product. Before our Vice Chancellor leaves the stage, I'd like now to give him this opportunity to formally and officially welcome our guest of honor, who is the keynote speaker at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. So allow me to take the honor and pleasure to welcome our keynote speaker for today, this philosophical conference. Of course, acknowledging and realizing that it's not easy in the midst of a lot of things and duties that he has found time to come and spend this day with us today. Honorable most welcome once again to Tangaza. We are happy for, and we are of course very happy for the role that you play in our country, Kenya, in society, and especially ensuring that we have a fair, just system in Kenya, and we also have, you do everything to make sure that to help us respect the rule of law. We know you, and we are a Catholic institution.
Good morning. And also the student fraternity. Very, very strong vote of confidence in somebody. So when I received the invitation to give the keynote address at this very important event and emergent contemporary challenges, a philosophical outlook, I caution speaking, a philosophical outlook of something is a person's fundamental beliefs about or over who was chosen to lead the Israelites out of Egypt, expressing a sense of inadequacy. Question: the world is so full of better placed individuals to make the keynote address at this very important occasion. Fundamental beliefs about or overall vision of or attitude towards and emergent contemporary challenges matter to anybody, let alone to a distinguished university audience. And why was the topic so broad, even open-ended in terms of region? Emergent contemporary challenges to university education were in Kenya, East Africa, Africa, Polynesia, the Americas, everywhere, nowhere. I didn't know where to start. Finding no answer to my questions, I made my already grave situation worse by attempting desktop research on the topic. The answers I found were many, very many. These ranged from climate change, the internet rendering universities redundant in the world, artificial intelligence, inadequate finance affecting the successful implementation of curriculum, and so forth. The most interesting was the philosophical outlook that reduced everything to parents setting out to raise good kids, but not good adults. Yes, there was this guy, the guy was of the view that everything in the world, not just university education, would not be set out to raise good adults and not good kids. Because of the recent condemnation, Kenyan parents about the creeping but unstoppable Gen Z revolution for good governance in Kenya. Parents have been condemned and continue to be condemned as a generation. Those in power, who the Gen Z are boldly holding cartoons and other satirical forms of creative exposition for the bad things that have happened and continue to happen under their watch, are angry at this. These Kenyan parents are being condemned for raising their kids to remain children and not to become responsible adults. Otherwise, Gen Z could not claim to be tribeless had they been raised to become responsible adults who know that tribal considerations dwarf merit in elections or appointment of adults to public office. Otherwise, the Gen Z could not claim to be fearless had their parents raised them to be good adults who know that all political power comes from God, and that the fear of God, and by extension those in power, is the beginning of wisdom. If only these parents had set out to raise good adults and not good kids, the Gen Z could not baselessly claim to be leaderless, partyless, and whatever else less. Now, since currently most university students are Gen Z, I will reflect upon a major challenge these youths face as they pursue higher education in Kenya. A look at my daily WhatsApp and other text messages reveals a grim reality at our universities. Students I wonder how they are able to pursue an education under such a condition. Then I'm left to wonder, if you drop these courses, will it still be a university or a high school? Because a university is supposed to be a repository of knowledge that human beings have, but you've heard that of those universities can be reduced. I personally differ. And the Gen Z have been crying about. Today, many students are not able to report to universities because the government financing mechanisms have literally. The Gen Z have been persistently loud on the question of public debt. How did we get to the important questions? Fortunately, my invitation to come here today came a couple of months ago, and that allowed me. A matter of fact, Kenya has a debt stock of 11.5 trillion, whose repayment averages around 1.7 trillion annually. And that is against actual. You can do the maths. Subtract 1.7 from 2.1. And you'll see that this has created a situation where the tax revenue is inadequate to repay the debts and meet the government's operating and capital expenditure. And to make matters worse, the Cabinet Secretary for Finance violates the law even further by borrowing to repay debts, such as when it recently borrowed more Eurobond loans to repay earlier ones. Was it the law to blame, or those whom the people delegated executive and legislative power to? From the evidence I unearthed, the law is innocent. Article 220, Clause 1 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 requires the budgets of national and county governments to contain estimates of revenue and expenditure, differentiating between recurrent and development expenditure. Very simple. Give us the revenue you have, give us the expenditure, separate your recurrent, what is usually the consumables, from your development expenditure, which is capital expenditure. That article, as Section B, requires that the budget estimates of revenue and expenditure, the budget should have proposals for financing anticipated deficit for the period to which balance. If the revenue, initially, first of all, the requirement is that you should be able to live within your means. But should there be a shortfall, then that budget must, continue with the borrowing, must come with the budget when it comes to parliament approval. And number 6 says it should contain proposals of public liability that will increase public debt during the following year. The budget is usually done in the previous year, then it's implemented in the coming year. So you should be able to look at your budget and see. But you've heard of late people saying, we don't know how much was borrowed. None other than His Excellency the President has appointed a task force headed by the former Auditor General, Mr. Edward Ouko, to look into Kenya's debt stock and tell us how much. It's very clear that every budget, every borrowing should be in the budget. Be paid by taxes. So, under the same Act, Section 2(1) of the Act, defines development expenditure as expenditure for the creation and renewal of assets. Nothing else can you borrow for. When you go to Section 1, I'm sure what I've said is that short-term borrowing is temporary cash shortfalls and is repayable within 12 months. So I'm trying to lay out the law to show that the law is good. And now an interesting thing is that our budget, our debt began ballooning or going haywire when the Jubilee government came in. From independence until the time the late President Kibaki left office, our debt stood at 2.7 trillion shillings. 2.7 trillion shillings. Today, our debt stands at close to 12 trillion shillings. So, from independence to 2014, about some 50 years, we borrowed only 2.7. Now, when you go back and look at Parliament only approved about 2.8 trillion. The question is, where did the other 9.8 trillion come from? And this is an interrogation of government documents. They are available on the internet. It's just that people in Kenya don't read. We don't seek knowledge, and that's why we have to form commissions to go and do. Under the Constitution, it's very clear. But when Jubilee came to power, they amended. The law requires that any money the government receives must be put in what they call the consolidated fund or the account of government with the central bank. All money should go there. And then Parliament should determine how that money is to be used through the budget proposed by the President and these people. And finally, the control of budget using the Appropriation Act, which is the way government shares the money, approves the withdrawal of money from the consolidated fund. But the Jubilee guys thought that was maybe not good, so they amended the Public Finance Management Act, created sections 50 clause 7 C and D, B, C and D, to open accounts outside the country and deposit the money there. It must come to the consolidated fund so that it can be under the supervision of Parliament and the supervision of a total of USD 7.1 billion or 923 billion Kenya shillings at the current rate was borrowed over the initial borrowing was 2 billion, about 260 billion Kenya shillings. And then over the few years, it has grown to 7.1 billion US dollars, or 923 billion that we have today. And so there's a document called a summary statement of public debt for 2020-2023 financial year in foreign currency, which is available on the Treasury's, from the Treasury's Public Debt Management Office. The figures are as what you see there. You can see from 2014 coming down how the money was borrowed and where the money was borrowed and how it was supposed to be repaid. In all that, you don't see the Eurobond. There's no trace of the Eurobond in that record. Until you get this one. This is the Eurobond, the way it was borrowed over the years until it got to this point. But if you go through the Appropriations Act covering that period of time, you don't see this money approved by Parliament. This 923 billion Kenya shillings. You don't see it there. You also don't see what this money has done. Or you don't see evidence that this money, after it was borrowed outside there, it ever came back to the municipality of Kenya. So other than breaking the law, when borrowing this money, there's no evidence that this money came back to Kenya. And so you'll find that from this figure again, we look at it, you will see how we have borrowed, what has been paid from tax revenues, gross expenditure, and external loans, and then the borrowings from the Eurobonds, the way they stand there. They have not been factored into the budget. And so there are many documents which I've looked at, which I've put in my paper, which have demonstrated that this money was not given to the domestic market. The other way debt has been created that is not sustainable is what we call appropriation in aid. When you look at our budget nowadays, you'll find that a lot of aid that's coming to Kenya is not being given in terms of money. The Americans will come and say, we are going to build the road from Mombasa to Nairobi at so much. Give us security. We'll bring our people. They'll build the road at our cost. We'll give you the road and then we'll give you the budget. We'll give you the debt. So a lot of money is now being brought in that kind, whereby the donors are coming to do their things here. They don't give us the money, but they export their labor, they export everything, and we pay for them. It's like they're advancing money to us to buy from them. And that has become a major problem with our debt. It has also contributed to the ballooning of the debt, as I've demonstrated in that table. So, I've also demonstrated that over the period of time, this is the kind of debt that we have borrowed from the various governments and what have you. And when you look at this paper, when I'll give it out, you'll see how the various ministries have been financed legitimately over the years. So when you look at the two tables I've just skimmed through, you will see that they demonstrate that from 2014, the 2015 budget was fully financed by loans and whatever, and there was absolutely no need for entangling Kenya in the Eurobond loan trap. Now, I've also shown how further money was recently borrowed last year, that the Eurobond loans wanted to be repaid, and so they had to go to the market and borrow and repay. Now, the Constitution is very clear that, that's under Article 214, that any public debt, and the public debt is loans and their costs, have to be paid directly from the consolidated fund, which means anytime taxes come, we pay off those things. Whereas it's clear that this money went out to pay that debt. We still went ahead and borrowed further money to pay our debt. We even, as much as the law of Kenya says you cannot borrow to pay another debt, we did that last year. And we borrowed about 208 billion Kenya shillings, which has not come to this economy. And their justification is that because it was paying the debt in the Eurobond market, it was borrowed from the same market and used to pay the debt in the same market. But the fact of the matter is that an interrogation of our books reveals that money came from the consolidated fund to pay that debt. So where is that 208 billion shillings? So also under the Public Finance Management Act, there's a requirement that the Cabinet Secretary publishes, every month publishes a document called a statement of actual revenue and the net expenditure to show how they have spent. Now, if you go again and interrogate those statements, you find that the budget Parliament passes is largely for PR purposes. The executive implements their own budget. And a practical case is you have seen the president touring a place. Then the local people challenge him, say, our bridge is broken. The president stands up and says, where's the minister, the PS Finance, where's the Minister of Finance? Can you allocate so much to fix this thing? It's not in the budget. Where is the president getting the money? Yet the law says that the president cannot spend any money, not even a coin, without approval of Parliament. And those things that he's approving are not there. So there's a lot of that that goes on. Another important thing to note is that Parliament has never approved domestic borrowing, which is a major concern among us. So you will notice that over the period of 10 financial years, money that has been borrowed outside the budget is some 6.9 trillion shillings, which I've demonstrated here from the government, the various documents of government. And you'll see that Parliament approved only that. That is, Parliament has only approved 2.79 trillion. Yet, what has been borrowed over and above is 6 trillion. So, when you look at that, you find that there's an amount of 4.6 trillion that was corruptly acquired under the reign of President Uhuru Kenyatta. That's from the financial year 2014 to 2022, 2014, 2015 to the year 2021, 2022. Debt amounting to 2.2 trillion was acquired under His Excellency, has been acquired under His Excellency William Ruto from the year 2022-2023 to November 30th, 2024, the year 2024, November 30th. So that's the situation where we are. Now, when you factor in the costs and the loans and the repayments, you find that so far, our odious debt is in the figure of 16 trillion shillings. Remember, our economy is only about 3 trillion shillings. So basically what I'm saying that is the Kenyan government has been bankrupted by debt. And when I looked, I had made a longer document because earlier on, I had not been told how much time I had. When I realized I had only 30 minutes, I began cutting this thing down, that odious debt, and whether the Gen Z are crazy, demand accountability. So when you come through, what we have as a people, we're sizing universities, not funding universities, not doing, basically, there has been reckless borrowing under Uhuru Kenyatta, and reckless borrowing is continuing under William Ruto. In defiance of the law, If you look at all the IMF loans, none has been approved, which raises a moral question. Have decided that borrowing will come through the door. That's what we shall pay. That's what we shall refund. And somebody brings in borrowing and claims to have borrowed money through the door, and you can't even see what that money has done. And you look at the lifestyles of these people, some are wearing watches of 40 million, 400,000 shillings. They are displaying proceeds of theft. As a people, as the young Gen Z who are going to suffer the consequences of in the grave. As you guys who still have both legs outside the grave, what are you up to? What are you going to do? That's the question. So these challenges you face within the university environment of funding, of all these things, it's not being given loans. Schools, you have seen schools not getting the capitation they require. Management of our economy by Uhuru Kenyatta and by William Ruto. And somebody has to be held accountable. We live in a moral universe. Depending on what they worship, they were told and swear by it. And they did it. And they swore. And run this country like a criminal enterprise. And if we pay these debts, are we going to let them walk scot-free? People who are supposed to protect them, protect the public, the control of budgets, all nonsensical poetry. Press releases from the Ministry of the same, designed to conceal the fact that this was stolen. They even have produced bank statements, claiming the bank statements came from the Citibank in New York and JP. These bank statements, which some of us have done, recognize that these bank statements are forgeries. So when government, what legitimacy does it have? And so, to all of us not to accept nonsense. And if only Adam and Eve had said no to the... Thank you very much.
Makofi mazuri, makofi mazuri. Caroline Buya to give a word of response to the great presentation that has been given. Immediately after Buya, you should be going live.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry I'm short. Allow me to stand here. Okia Mtata for your eye-opening address to us in this particular symposium. And he has presented to us. And since it's a philosophical outlook, I'm very sure you have heard us to raise from that particular keynote address. And one of them, of course, comes from the very particular symposium and saying that it's open-ended, but I think it was very deliberate. But he managed to also, as far as the environment is concerned, artificial intelligence and so on, just interrogating the theme then of the Gen Zs and some of the questions that come as far as parenting is concerned. And one of the takeaways I have is of the question, about raising good kids and not minding about good adults. Which is something to trigger our minds about how we nurture and bring up children. But it wasn't negative, especially towards the end of his presentation. He has asked, were the Gen Zs justified to be able to ask? And they continue to ask questions of accountability are they justified to do so? And looking at it from another eye, we could also ask ourselves, is it possible that this particular rising up of the Gen Zs as a result of a loophole in in the grave, both of them or one, that because of ignoring call to just rise up and ask questions and also participate in our governance, things have escalated to that extent, and therefore some of the Gen Zs have had the courage to ask questions with the content that some of these young people have been able to bring out. And then he has taken time, and this being a philosophy conference, in asking where the rain started beating. Areas that he has pointed out where the rain started beating us has to do with the inability for government, for example, to fund. They have been pushed to the wall to be able to face some of those challenges which require finances to resolve that exist as far as the borrowing, and the has been able to ask a moral question that has to do with transparency as far as why do we say this is how the path of our funds should come in, and then it goes or comes in through another with that. And so questions that he has raised, and in this particular presentation, ending us to a wake-up call to be able to reflect and just look back. But remember, in the spirit of this particular theme for us, the challenges, his focus as far as evidence is where we have a problem and not able to manage the issues that we have. Of course, all the other issues that is good to just give a chance to the audience in case you have a question that you want to throw to our keynote speaker before mic is down there. I would grant a chance pressing questions so that we get clarification, make it brief in case they are.
Okay, I'm Dominic Oyer, which makes university education to be a bit challenging. But also, these universities, or the head of the universities, or the vice chancellors, also have a hand to play in this menace that we are facing in the university education. Because while increasing the university fee, I can remember one time, one vice chancellor gave a reason of increasing the university fee, that how can the high scholars pay much fee than university students. That's when the university student was cheaper compared to high school studies. So I think also not only the government, but also the head of these institutions, the vice chancellors, maybe of the public university institutions, they have a hand to play in the current situation that we are facing now. Thank you.
Okay, that's more of a comment, but the speaker can give, his feedback. Any other question? Would you like to say something? Yes.
Yes, thank you. From where I stand, if you go to your constitution, it says that basic education is a right. And where you have got rights, you have got duty bearers. And the duty bearer is the government. I'm telling you, if we manage our finances well, this country has got enough money to provide taxpayer-funded education from whatever you call ECD to first degree university. Because one thing we need in this country is human resource. Professor Callistus Juma, the late, who came from Busia like me, used to say that there's a contradiction in the word that Kenya is underdeveloped and it has got a challenge in employment. How can that be? Being underdeveloped means that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Then how come people are unemployed? So we need to simply rein in our public finances and be able to provide taxpayer-funded education to develop talent in this country, service industry. We must develop the labor, somebody being asked to pay for his education, especially in the engineering and medical fields, and it becomes very expensive. Fees for me should not be there. We manage our accounts well and provide basic education as required by the Constitution. As for the vice chancellors, I don't know about the private universities. I've tried to look at the public universities, and there's been a problem of taking people from lecture halls and giving them administrative work. We need to come up with a mechanism to train vice chancellors in public finance and administration. And if they can't do that, they allow other people to come and run the universities. Then they just go in the classroom and teach. Let professionals who understand how to deal with money and administer public money come in, manage those universities, and you can do your work in the lecture halls. But if you have to go to administration, you must learn public finance and administration. If you look at how your public universities are run in a very bad way. And that's why most of them are collapsing. Very few, except the chancellors, are doing a good job, but there's a lack in that area. So I think that with those few remarks, it should help. But I would also ask you to go and read chapter 12 of the Constitution. Even a simple thing like in Article 225, Clause 1, that the Treasury and the Ministry of Finance should be separate, which I've been crying for, that we should do. What that would do is that the money you collect would be put under a professional manager, and the president and we politicians would work on policy. And at the end of the day, the budget passed by Parliament would be the only guiding tool to work. So if anybody came up with a manifesto or told you tutafanya, ask them kwa budget mmetenga. If it's not in the budget, it's nowhere. So that we can discipline this country and have finances managed properly. And I'm telling you, we shall unlock the potential of this country. Kenya's economy, the budget of Kenya is bigger than the budget of all the other East African countries combined. But we are making a mess of it. No, it's a fact. We are making a mess of it. So this big economy we have should be handled with the caution and professionalism that developed worlds handle their economies. Kenya is not at the level of being compared to other countries that are not in Europe, that are not in the North America. We must aim there, that's where we belong, and we must compete in that league. So we cannot afford what is happening to be managed like a waste basket. We can't. So with those few remarks, I could say that university education for me should be taxpayer funded. Students should have boom so that they can learn how to socialize like rich people, so that they can aspire to be rich in their lives. Because we need rich people. We need rich people in this country. There's too many poor people in this country. And to create rich people, we must create new wealth. And the people to create new wealth is you guys, young people. So we must develop you. We must give you boom. Because even that boom sometimes went back and helped other kids in the family who had nothing to come up in education. So we must come up with a system of enabling us to develop the human resource, which is the biggest resource Kenya has. Is we don't have oil. We've got very few diamonds, this and that. But the biggest resource we have is the human resource and the strategic location of Kenya. Where even science says the first man or the first human being lived here, according to science. So if we have got this special country, why is it not functioning? Today, our GDP is, per capita is 1,900 USD. I was in Texas and I met the governor of Texas and the Secretary of State. And they were asking me, how do you people survive on this kind of thing? Don't you think you need to leave that land for other people who can make use of it? We don't need those kind of questions. Because the money that we're supposed to be in this country is out there in Europe, it's whatever, so we can develop this country. And that's why the challenge with the Gen Z is, and you people are now at the spearhead of the revolution that is happening, we must work towards that, and we must hold everybody accountable, The other day I was locked up in jail, in the cells, and the cells are good enough for president.
Let's give a round of applause to our keynote speaker. And now that he has said it himself, the organizing committee, we were praying that he will be free today. So we are happy that you are free to be with us. And so let's give a systematic clap to our keynote speaker. Let's go 1, 2, and 3. Thank you very much, and God bless you. So we want to move on to our next guest speaker. And our first guest speaker is Professor Michael Ntabu, who is joining us online. I hope, Prof, you are ready. Professor Michael Ntabu is a philosopher. At the moment, he is the DVC academic of Rongo University. I have personally not interacted with Prof, but I know that he actually was an external examiner to one of my postgraduate students at Pwani University, and it's a pleasure that then you would have donated time to us so that we can catch up.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I hope I'm audible.
Sure.
So I'm also privileged to speak to the nation. So from the very onset, and its emergent challenges, the philosophy of the reform proposal to be presented this day, today, 25th, ideas to share. And I wanted to go the historical way. Rapidly over the last 3 years, and this can be found out from the 1970s. Number of fully fledged universities has increased to 64. There is a big gap in terms of the number of years. So 64, and there we have 37, 79 universities, making Kenya one of the countries in Africa with the largest. And I think from my table, you can be able to see the private charter as shown. There's a mistake there, should be 25, another correction there, 8. And the public university constituency colleges 6. And the private, this growth has been accompanied by corresponding increase in student enrollment. 773,776 in the year 2020. To make us think through it. What vision in terms those many years before Jesus was born, he was teaching in a place called the Agora, just under the trees. And in his teaching, he believed in the importance of self-learning. Self-learning is key. And critical thinking and inquiry. And if you can go through the corridor of what Plato wrote about him, you will be able to realize that what is key in his thinking in terms of teaching, particularly in acquiring of education, his profession, it was his profession of ignorance. You know, and the whole debate about acceptability of not knowing, in order to know, opens one's mind to greater depth in terms of inquiry and also getting more insight. So the role of educator, according to Socrates, should be to inspire rather than lecture. memorization, and passive reception of information. So in this way, I think it made me think always through what Socrates was saying. There is one example that he gave that always has stuck in my mind. Imagine of a situation, and I'm sorry to use this kind of word, I know we are in a Catholic institution, I also happen to be one Catholic. A wife, a lady conceives. She's pregnant. She's ready to go and conceive. Then she goes to the hospital. What is the role of the midwives, those who help this lady to deliver? And they talked about terminate meiotic care. The role of the midwife is to help this student, this lady, to deliver. It's not the midwife or the lady who deliver. Because they cannot do that, because first of all, they do not conceive. They are not in this status. They are only there to help to guide. And that is one of the best ways of delivering lectures and things. We must see our students as people with inexhaustible potentiality, regardless of the level where they are, and regardless of what we know ourselves who are teaching them. So that in the process of teaching them or lecturing them in this context, we allow the students themselves to be able to answer the same questions through our guidance. So that's why I'm saying the current, of course, a bit problematic CPC about those meetings. And you see, inquiry is based on what I said earlier, admission of ignorance by the learner. Because once you admit, then you are able to reach that level of a true inquiry. And I'm asking the question here. Does the Kenya education system encourage learners to ask their educators questions freely? And you know, when they talk about university, which means universal, it means we must be open-minded. We must also learn, even from these students we are teaching, from the way they think, from the way they perceive things, from the way they analyze issues, so that when we claim to say that we have imparted knowledge to the students, it is something that is not just through habits, through repetition. It is something that comes from themselves in a way that, in fact, they don't have to revise for an exam. So after Socrates, And I think I should have said from the onset that I didn't want to go too much into ancient, modern, whatever, up to the postmodernism because of the time I saw from your program. I just limited my thinking within the ancient philosophers, which in fact gives foundation to anything to think about education to the contemporary where we are. Plato, who happens to be also a student of Socrates. For those in philosophy, I think they understand that. And of course, for Plato, education is not merely about acquiring knowledge, but about cultivating virtue and achieving individual and societal justice. I was amused when the DC of Tangaza was talking about the disconnect between theory and practice. Sometimes I make fun when I teach my students, and sometimes when I teach a course like ethics, I try to really think through it from all the perspectives, from Socrates to Immanuel Kant to the contemporary. And the fundamental question that I must always ask our students: what is the relevance of the mastery of the content in terms of definitions of what ethics is and your actual practice in life? And therefore, sometimes I make fun of them and I say, don't you find it very surprising when you have a first-class thief? So that's why Plato is saying education is not merely about acquiring knowledge, but about cultivating virtue, values, and achieving individual and societal justice. And you know, your DC was talking about, are the students in this university merely acquiring knowledge so that we produce more thieves, more corrupt, more people who do things like they don't believe in anything that is objective, that anyone can be able to identify themselves. So Plato was just saying education is key for us to be able to attain societal justice. And I can ask, the Kenyan populace, so many educated people. And in fact, so many people also go to church. But the only question I always ask, why can't we see the correlation between the educated and the believers in terms of what we are living on paper? We see on face. We see always very educated people. Unfortunately, we also see the grudge. Then you know, education in the context of Plato was not properly acquired at this period. So true justice is attained when each individual develops their ability to the fullest. And you can see it is not very far from what Socrates was saying. To give legogram for individuals to be able to develop and actualize their abilities to the fullest. You know, when you actualize yourself, and you see, you read some of the key philosophers thought those days and to date, I believe they were not wrong. There are people who go to school just to get a job, but philosophers believe attaining good education, which gives you a perspective on how you see things, and living those things and doing those things in a way that people see sense in what you do them, makes more sense than just going to school. Are our elite leaders in public and private sectors just and virtuous? I think those are questions I'm posing to each one of us. Is our education sector fair in the distribution of learning resources? Education is the kindling of a flame, not a filling up of a vessel. And you know, I like Plato for this because there are many people, unfortunately, who have never understood what philosophy is who seem to think that philosophy is abstract. And you know, you are very safe not to comment about something that you do not know. You get what they say. Education should be, you know, a tool that kindled, you know, kind of a frame, you know, something like light, you know, this, you know, like cornerstone. So when we go to class, we're not going to feel knowledge, the students. Because as I said from the very beginning, you know, this is an open field. We are coming we are coming to learn. And you see, even the Romans say, nobody has the monopoly of knowledge. That was even what they had in their mind. So we should be able to trigger their mind so that they can be able to fill their minds with ideas original to what they believe and know is true. So, Plato, in his context, and as far as the relevance of any education is concerned, Plato emphasized on individual development and social justice, and this resonates with the need to address the inequalities and the disparities that exist within the Kenyan education system. Access to quality education, particularly for marginalized groups, is crucial for achieving social justice and fostering a more equitable society. So from Plato, I come to Aristotle, who was equally a student of Plato. For Aristotle, he advocated for public education, arguing that it should be accessible to all citizens. He emphasized the importance of education for developing good character and fostering civic responsibility. Education for developing good character. And in fact, I was just reading as I was waiting for the senator to come, and I came across a very captivating statement from one of the scholars. Education is the key to unlocking the potential of individuals and communities. But we can already ask, is this true in terms of our education in the context where we are speaking, the kind of education? Is it unlocking the potential of individuals and the community? Is our education liberating those who are educated and therefore, in return, liberating also society where they come from? So Aristotle believed that education is a destiny. And we hear people talk about it. It is an equalizer, according to Mandela, the late. May he rest in peace. It is an equalizer because education will make a person who does not come from a royal family, because of what he has acquired in education, to achieve like someone who has come from a rich family. So it is an equalizer in its own. So he argues that true justice is attained when each individual develops their abilities to the fullest. In this context, education plays a crucial role in creating a just and harmonious society. So, I'll go back to the same question I asked as I was beginning. Given that we have so many educated people in Kenya, and as you have seen, Kenya has the highest number of universities. Why don't we see justice? No feel, maybe you may want to say. You know, logically, it means if this is true, then the more educated are in a country, the more justice people should be able to experience. I'm not saying there is no justice, nor am I trying to say there is absolute or I mean that there is a justice that is enjoyed by everyone. I'm not contradicting myself because in both statements there is some truth. So what is the relevance of Aristotle to Kenyan context? Aristotle's vision of public education aligns with the Kenyan government's commitment to expanding access to higher education. A good thing. You know, it's one thing to expand access to higher education. But you see, this expanding of this education to everybody, is everybody able to pay? I think I have no answer. Kenya's government's commitment to expand access to higher education. However, ensuring that public universities provide quality education for all students while facing resource constraints remains a significant challenge. Yeah, we have come. You know, 1970, 2 universities, one public, one private. Now we are at where we are. It is obvious. The attention that was given to students last time and now is different. I think I'm talking to some students as I'm speaking. The resource constraint is there. And you know, resource constraint, you know, there is one person always like voting when I say something in this context, who believes that there is enough and sufficient in the planet for all human beings. If and if only we can reduce our greed, our wealth. Think through that. That is sufficient for each one of us in the planet Earth. If each one of us at down levels can reduce their greed or acquisition. So, we can now move to the challenges. And I think the challenges, key challenges in university education, I may say now, contextualizing within where we are, but it can also go beyond. We are within the context because we were talking about Kenya's university education and its emerging challenges. What are the challenges? Individual development, contextual relevance, equity and fairness, educational outcomes, digital divide, commercialization of education. Inequity and access. You can think of gender disparity. Despite increased enrollment, significant gender disparities persist, with male enrollment exceeding female enrollment. Addressing factors such as early marriages, cultural barriers, and lack of adequate sanitary facilities is crucial for ensuring equal access for all. Socioeconomic disparities. Students from marginalized communities often face significant barriers to accessing higher education due to financial constraints, lack of adequate infrastructure, and limited access to quality education at the primary and secondary level. This one I think nobody needs to teach anybody. You have seen on TV some of the schools where some of our kids go. You just see Mabati and nothing else, and maybe you are lucky to see 2 desks in that class. But you see, this student is going to be tested by the same exam with another student who has everything, even not in excess. Is there fairness? Is there justice? Don't we have educated people who can see that better? Think through it. Quality of education, focus on examination. The overemphasis on standardized tests and examination often stifles critical thinking and creativity. The heavy emphasis on standardized examinations such as the Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education prioritizes rote. Rote, R-O-T-E means what? Habitual, repetitive. Rote memorization and exam performance over critical thinking, creativity, and the development of well-rounded individuals, a key aspect of Platonic justice. This narrow focus can limit students' intellectual growth and hinder their ability to contribute meaningfully to society. The current system also neglects the holistic development of the individual, focusing primarily on academic achievement. That is the problem. You know, theory and practice. Because sometimes we also come from places, from rural areas. You find a university graduate who has a very good first class, second class upper, but even who doesn't know how to mix properly in society. Some skills.
Professor Ntabo. Excuse me, Professor.
Who was a teacher, but who doesn't have.
Excuse me, Professor Ntabo.
Yes.
I will request if you can start landing down. Yes. Can you bring us to a conclusion?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'm advised I go to the conclusion. So I'll mention those challenges. There are many, I'll mention more. And of course, others are relevant to the job market, the digital divide, and equal access to technology. And then, of course, we can go to the conclusion. I don't really want to stick to time. And by addressing the identified challenges, Kenya can create a higher education system that fosters critical thinking, promotes equity and access, and equips graduates with the knowledge, skills, and values necessary to contribute to the social and economic development of the nation. This requires a concerted effort from policymakers, educators, and stakeholders to create a system that is responsive to the needs of the 21st century, promotes inclusivity, and cultivates a generation of ethical, innovative, and socially responsible people. I have some recommendations. Yeah, I think I'm coming to the end. These are the recommendations we have. Number one, enhancing individual development. That means incorporating soft skills and emotional intelligence in curriculum. Introduce character education and ethics courses. Promote extracurricular activities for holistic growth. 2, improving educational outcomes. That means shift to competence-based education. Strengthen internship and apprenticeship programs. Integrate ethics and civic education. Promoting equity and diversity. Scholarships and affirmative action for marginalized groups. Accessible infrastructure for students with disabilities. Gender-sensitive interventions and mentorship programs. For reaching the digital divide, invest in broadband and digital infrastructure equally across the country. Provide affordable devices for students. Allow digital literacy programs for educators and learners. 5th, addressing commercialization, balance income generation with public investment. Strengthen quality assurance mechanisms. Focus on research and innovation. So that is the end. I'm sorry, time is not with us, but that's what I have to present given the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor. And just give one organized club, down. Thank you very much. And I'd like to call Gerard, Father Gerard Namuga, to give a word of response to the presentation that we've just heard. Karibu, Gerard. After that, we'll just have one more presentation that is going to close this session for us, again from Professor Dickey. So just be patient, our tea is ready. We'll try to go fast, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another applause to Professor Michael Ntabo. He has given a very excellent presentation. It is clear, and he has made my work very, very easy. Okay, sorry. He has made my work very, very easy, although that one was making it very difficult. He started off with what I would call astronomical increase in universities and the number of students since 1970 to 2023. In 1970, said we had only one public university, and now we have more than 80. So that is an astronomical increase. And also the numbers from 3,000 students to 573,776. 573,776. So this increase in the number of students and universities should be also seen in the quality of education. And he has highlighted the key factors in the quality of education. He started off with Socrates, who said that an educator should inspire rather than lecture. Self-learning is central. And also to encourage students to ask questions, which is a challenge to us professors or lecturers, whether we allow students to ask questions. And also, another challenge is whether we too, as lecturers, we learn from students, because education is a mutual encounter between students and the lecturers. Then another key point is from Plato. Education is not about acquiring knowledge, but about cultivating virtue. I find that very important, even for what we heard from the keynote speaker. He was speaking about corruption, which is a lot here in Kenya. Many people are speaking about it. Churches are speaking about it. And it is really a very, very crucial problem. Now, does our education cultivate virtue, the integrity? Education, integrity, like we need integrity in all that we do. Does it encourage it? And for us religious, we normally say that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of what? Of wisdom. Yes. So that's, I think that's very, very important. It's not only to acquire intelligence, but also to acquire virtue. And that is very important for Kenya and all this, especially in the light of this corruption we are hearing about. Aristotle advocates public education accessible to all citizens and also to form good character. Education is a right, as Professor Ntabo has said. Now, the government has tried its best because, as I said, when you look at the the figures of those doing university education have grown up astronomically. But now, have you taken care of the poor and marginalized, that each person has equal access to education? And I would like to point out one group of people and who have been marginalized, and these are the physically challenged people. Like when you take those who have speech impairment, those what we call the blind. And it's good that Tangaza has taken a step in accommodating such a people, because as we know, they are marginalized by culture and marginalized by the state. And also, he mentions about a number of challenges. And this one, actually, what I picked up was that the commercialization of education, which is a critique of the institutions, because the institutions are supposed to promote virtue. But now, if they are just looking for money from people, making big profits from their institutions, then that is a kind of contradiction of what they are supposed to stand for. So those are some of the questions which we have to ask ourselves, especially Tangaza the university. Do we actually have you commercialized education here? Because if we do that, actually, we are just contradicting what we should stand for. So that's what I can present for you, and I think it will give you some questions as you discuss. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going to our last guest speaker for the day. But before that, I would like to draw your attention the presence of Absa Bank in Tangaza University, and they have graciously this day offered and donated to this particular symposium 50 seats. So can we clap for Absa for the donation of the 50 seats to this symposium? We urge those of us who are present in Tangaza today, please visit their desk. Their tent is just right outside this building. Kindly visit their desk and listen to them and critically make a decision of what they would be convincing you about, all right? So our next guest speaker is Dr. Patrick Dikir, who is a senior lecturer at the Technical University of Kenya. Yes, he is my colleague, a philosopher, and since the previous speakers have been urging us to contemplate on criticality, creativity, he's actually the one coordinating a common university course at the moment called Critical and Creative Thinking. So it's a pleasure to invite you, Dr. Dikir, to give your address to this symposium. Give a round of applause to him as he comes over.
Thank you, Thank you, Dr. Buya. I have a challenge. I'm speaking after the senator has spoken, and after my good friend, who was my classmate, Professor Ntampo, has also spoken. But anyhow, let me first thank the conference organizers, the leadership of Tangaza, and all of us for being here. Santeni sana. I feel very delighted to be part of this gathering. The gathering is emerging to be one where we'll be having very deep conversations, very stimulating and very honest conversation around the status, around the status and the future of university education in Kenya, in Africa, and beyond. And this conference could not have come at a better time. Today, I'm reminded it's the World Day of Education. World Day of Education. And conference organizers picked education as one of the theme of this conference. I don't know whether there was a coincidence. Someone must have had some inside information about how the world is expected to be celebrating this particular day. But anyhow, I am happy to be here. My paper is titled Expansion of Public Universities in Kenya. I'm looking at the associated optimism, dashed hopes, and major challenges for 21st century universities. That's the theme of my paper. Let's see if I can navigate. Go, sure, good. I'm using Microsoft, and I'm used to a different kind of system here. My position in this paper is very simple. Main goal, the main purpose of this paper is very simple. We are here arguing that the fundamental purpose and mission of university education has primarily, but not only, imperiled by a politically driven expansion of public universities. And I'm focused on this idea of politics getting into the space of education. I know Senator Mutata has talked quite a lot about the physical indiscipline that we see, the planning challenges that we have encountered, issues of integrity, and matters dealing with servant leadership, isn't it? So I will just focus on this notion of politicians getting into the space of education and insisting that they have to take charge of this education system. But this is where the mess is. This is where we are. I'm saying that there have been a lot of benefits this far that we have gotten from this expansion. But we have also had major challenges. And these challenges are what we are saying, that the expansion has led to what someone, I think it's an associate professor in some university in the US, Arizona, called Michael Hudson, says crapification of university education. Crapification. And we are saying this education now is just crappy. We are not getting value for our money. We're not getting value for our money. We are giving students the short end of the stick. Short end of the stick. And if we are not very careful, at some point this country will not have any person to turn to. Any person to turn to. I was listening to I think a conversation that Babu Owino, Senator Honorable Babu Owino, was having with one of the reporters, and he was asked questions regarding about what was happening in this country, particularly with the Gen Z movement. And he had a very honest response, very profound, very profound. And he said, and I think I want just to quote him verbatim, he says that when intelligent people go mute, foolish people multiply. But I think Senator Mutata has reversed that a little bit. And he's telling us that when good people, when people of integrity keep quiet, what happens? Evils multiply. So I think we need to speak up a little bit about that. So I'm saying that there is something that is happening in this space, and it is not edifying. It is not pleasant at all. The focus of the paper is between 1963 to the present. And there are specific things that I'm looking at in this paper. I first provide an abbreviated history of how this expansion has happened. That history allows me then to provide the context in which this expansion has led to this crapification that we witness today in on our campuses. I look at the optimism, the challenges, and discuss some of the major challenges that universities are having. Challenges that universities in the 21st century will be faced on. I think I'll skip the history part because Tampo has spoken quite well around that. The challenges have been highlighted. The challenges have been highlighted very well. I would like to make this short, because basically my thesis is very simple, that there is expansion, that expansion, there are benefits, and you can enumerate those benefits. And there are many challenges. Those challenges you can enumerate. So basically what I'm saying here is that the expansion has imperiled our institutions. They have imperiled our institution. They are changing the purpose and the mission of university education. And I'm saying that today we witness a revised university character, And that character speaks to a number of things. One is the state withdrawn from this space. And if they are still there, their presence is very minimal. We are not hearing it. We are not feeling it as a people. And there is need at least to begin insisting that the state must step up and rescue our universities that are on the verge of collapsing. There is a pervasive fog of tribalism on our campus. You can't wish away that. But I'm focused mostly on public universities. I do not know about what's going on in private universities, but in public universities I've been there for a long time now, I think from the 90s, and I have seen it myself. Where people get to this space, not because they have merited those positions, but because they have political affiliations. Yeah? Either they have that direct affiliation to the political class, or they have that affiliation through proxy to the political class, and that's how they get in. And they end up then managing institutions like their small homes, where they will decide whom to appoint to which position, and when they do so, those who are in those positions cannot speak truth to power, especially the VCs, partly because they're indebted to them. So when there is evil, they will turn an eye. They will never speak up. There is also an attempt, I think, to intermingle the business model with the academic culture. And that is where I think our problem also lies. And this is what I'm calling the corporatization of university education. And this corporatization began, I think, with President Kibaki, when he insisted that universities need to begin generating their own income. And that is where we began to see state beginning to retreat from the education space. So that corporatization of university has had very disastrous consequences. I'm also looking at the explosion and prioritization of research on trivial subjects at the expense of funding basic research. Can I get some water, please? If you look at the kind of research that is being done in these public universities, it's pathetic. We are just looking at what you call applied research. So people have come up with certain findings. Our work is just to see whether what they have said can be domesticated for our own purpose, isn't it? Can be domesticated for our own purpose. We are not putting money in basic research. And you know, basic research is where a lot of creativity, a lot of thinking, a lot of innovation comes from. We are not doing that. Partly because we are only concerned with application. There's a whole body, it's called the National Research Fund. It's an institution that the government has, I think, started, and it was supposed to be helping in research aspects of this country. But if you look at what they have been funding since this organization was started, much of it is just applied research, not basic research. And that is where our problem is as a country. We are not moving in tandem with the trends in the world, especially research trends. a lot of governments are putting money in basic research where people experiment, people fail, and people are able at least to find certain things that sometimes are taken for granted, isn't it? Universities, I would like to suggest here, are institutions where people should be taught how to fail dangerously, or to think dangerously and to fail. If we are just succeeding, then we are not doing the right thing. The crapification also speaks to the idea, especially in public universities, where there is a steady growth of what some persons refers to as a lumpen professoriate. Lumpen professoriate. We are talking about enlisting adjunct lecturers to teach, partly because the government has refused to release money and engage part-time staff, full-time staff. And they are doing so as a way of cutting costs and creating quote-unquote efficiencies in the system. But in the process, you end up having people who are moving from one university to another. They don't have time with the students. That is one. Secondly, they are not investing their time and their energy in that institution, because what matters to them is putting food on the table for their families. So that steady growth of enlisting adjunct lecturers is not being fruitful. It's not bearing the right fruits. Okay, thank you. There are quite a number of things that are also happening in our universities. A lot of the little resources that are there are being directed to what you call the administrative university. The administrative university has so many employees, and they are employed because they have to crunch data. That data is needed for purposes of ranking. So instead of remaining truthful to the mandate of the university, which is academic work, what is happening is we have administrators who are even sometimes professors. And professors ideally are supposed to be in class. They are not supposed to be doing administrative work. So we are in a way then impoverishing our institution, partly because we are paying too much attention to the academic, to the administrative part of the university, and giving a blind eye to the academic part of the university. And if you walk into some of the offices on campus, you'd see that, where administrative staff would be living in very posh, so quote-unquote offices that are air-conditioned with a TV and so forth, instead of putting that money where it should be. In short, what I'm saying here is that the ascendant character that we are saying, the character that is ascending in these public universities, is unsustainable. It's unsustainable. And what is needed is a holistic retool, a change in lots of ways. If Kenya's public universities were, one, to maintain their societal relevance, especially in this age and day of artificial intelligence and robots and all kind of technological changes that are taking place. Change is required if universities are to remain competitive in an increasingly global knowledge economy. Change is necessary if universities were to remain as reputable sanctuaries for the promotion of equity, innovation, critical thinking, creative practice, and problem-solving skills. And that change is also needed if universities were to meet the ever-changing needs of learners and society, and increasing readiness among the students to do what is right for their nation. And finally, we need this change if the nation's capacity for addressing the many challenges that it faces could be enhanced. So in a nutshell, what I'm saying here, my message is very simple, that we have challenges. The world is moving in another direction, and we are still addressing those small challenges. The bigger challenges are ahead. And if we are not able to step up and address the challenges that we have today, plus also look ahead at the challenges that are facing us in the future, we will be a people who have no direction in this country. That's my message. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dikir. We can give a one that is good. One, let's go. Thank you. I want to invite Dr. Eric Omondi to give a response to this presentation.
Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Patrick, for the theme, especially what we are discussing here in the afternoon, university education and emergent contemporary challenges, a philosophical outlook. It couldn't have come at a better time. And thank you very much even for the previous speakers, because it's something that we are facing in the current world. And especially on the theme that you chose, expansion of universities in Kenya and their challenges and benefits. And you have taken us along all those challenges. And the main, I think even the first speaker, the guest speaker, the senator also talked about it, you know, the interference of politicians in the field of education, whether it is development or in other parts concerning the integrity of our education. I think the most important thing to underline here is the question comes to us, what can we do, we as individuals? The rain is beating us, we have faced those challenges, and we are continue facing them. Now the question comes down to us, and you have stated all those challenges here. I won't go over them, but I would only comment on 2 or 3. Now the pervasive form of tribalism, first of all. The second one, the withdrawal of funds, you know, in the academic fields. So at the end of the day, as we can ask ourselves, what can we do? What can we, you know, advance in order to challenge all these things? You know, we read different books, and whenever we read, somebody can borrow a leaf of 1 or 2 from 1 or 2 philosophers or great thinkers or speakers. There was an Italian philosopher, Antonio Rosmini. He wrote especially on education. I know many are laughing, isn't it? No, he wrote one of the greatest books on Christian education. And here he says, Rosmini himself, he distinguished between human nature and human person. There is those distinctions between the two. And education should deal with both the nature of human person and the nature of a person. When we talk that education should deal with the nature of a human person, what do we know? What do we mean? It is to try and promote those natural, you know, talents that a person has. But when we talk of the human person, now here it deals with the intellectual will of someone. So as much as Professor Patrick has already talked to us, you know, about the interference of politicians in the field, you know, of education, the question comes down to us, me and you, as a philosopher, as a learner, what can we progress in order to try and fulfill our aim? That is to promote education, integrity, and sincerity. And each and every education, just as you have said, should try and direct us towards integrity, so that at the end of the day, just as Senator said very well, we need always to be sincere to ourselves. The last speaker before Patrick did talk about Socrates. Socrates did tell us one thing, that man, know thyself. We can cry that politicians are really, you know, taking us in the wrong direction. Things are not moving in the right place. But what am I doing, me, here, and now? And the question starts with me and you. Don't look at the lecturer. Don't look at the politician. Don't look at the system. But we should look at our own self, because change starts with me. So thank you very much, Daktari. And for us here, as we continue with our progress towards education, let us always aim for the very best integrity and transparency in everything we do. Thank you very much.
So that ends the last part of our session. As far as speakers are concerned, I would just like to bring to your attention, those who are visitors in Tangaza, We have restrooms on each side of this hall, and they are well labeled, including those for people who are abled differently. Please feel free to make use in case you need. Before we wind up this session, we would like to give a chance to anyone in our midst who may have a question. We had an opportunity to ask or to give the senator room to respond to one concern, but we may have probably more. So we would like to give an opportunity to probably 2 or 3 pressing concerns that you would like to ask our speakers. I believe Professor Ntabu is still online, Dr. Dikir is here, and the senator is also here. Make them brief in case they are. So please lift your hand up. If you have a question, the mic will come to you. Make your question as brief as possible. Make it clear too, so that, and direct it to a specific speaker, but if you make it general also, they will all probably give their view about it. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Brother Lois Ouma, student of Theology, Tangaza University here. My question goes to Professor Ntabu concerning the proposed education system of lecturers in class, which involves interaction, sharing from students, and also lecturers learning from students. So in that line, I'm asking how can we then integrate that proposed education system or learning system with other faculties or with the system that we have, because the system that we have syllabus, and it is more of memorization. And through memorization and the syllabus, we have now the grades, first class honors, second class honors, and so on. So how can we integrate these other intellectual quotient that we are doing in class together with that proposed education system, which to me is good and so on, but for instance, you can give a practical example. Somebody can be good in pens, writing, and so on, but you give the same person the microphone to present or to the audience, maybe a preacher, it is different. He can write best homilies, but now give him the microphone. So these are 2 different things. How can we integrate these natural talents outside here, the interaction and so on, together with this proposed education system, so that at least we can have an average first class honors that integrates everything.
Thank you very much. I think it's more of a methodology than a system, but Prof will respond. I saw another hand here, please. The mic. There you are.
Okay, thank you so much. I have 2 questions. One is directed to Professor Michael, and the other will be directed to the last presenter. Now, Professor spoke about the Socratic method, which is student-centered, and I challenge that method in form, but accept it in substance. Because this method is so much demanding, especially for developing countries. It demands resources, it needs funds and all these kind of things. And given the diversity of the many courses in the universities and also going to the other secondary schools and the others, how efficient can this method be in a country like Kenya, which are still stained by the impacts of the colonialists who have in the learners? And how would you help a lecturer who tries his best to be able to engage students in discussions, but then the students are not interested? The students are just there looking at the lecturer despite the effort the lecturer is making.
Thank you.
And then the other question directed to the last presenter is that why will you like the government to prioritize university education, to prioritize funds for expanding university education, and then leaving the other side of the sectors, given that the government have funds to be able to focus on a variety of things? But then you'll find that by leaving the public universities maybe to focus on themselves, the government might be trying to make sure the universities are self-reliant. They are able to sustain themselves alone, although they will give some little support. Why will you say they have to prioritize that education. Thank you.
Thank you. The last one I've seen, you know, one of us here on this row, his hand was up earlier.
Thank you. I'm Professor Nyamboga. It's that I'm almost forgetting the questions I wanted to put up. But mine are not really questions, but I wanted to add some value because, again, the speakers have been very impressive. I would start with the last one. Now, when we talk of mismanagement, because when you gave examples of the administrators now, all of them in their offices were professors, have TVs and so forth. But again, that's what I call, when you are idle in academia, then you would be watching the TV. So that's a lot of idleness, and that business is more in public universities. I'm now saying I've also had 20 years at the public university before I joined Tangaza. Idleness is too much, and therefore you find yourself, you need a position, you are an engineer who is supposed to be with students, but to get to yourself, you need an administrative position because of the allowances and the many journeys that are there to USA and everywhere. And that is, the system is like the Kenyan, you know, when number one of the country, the way they behave is the way exactly the vice chancellors behave of the public universities. So if you are corrupt up there, Senator Mutata, a friend of mine, if you are, you know, even Parliament is full of corrupt members of Parliament. So what do you expect those vice chancellors to do? Now, I'll give you an example. I've been in MKU for 6 years. I've been now in Tangaza. I've been in Lukenya, and as a vice chancellor, I'll tell you, business, especially my friend from Tuk, it's not the same. There you must work. Here you must work. And you work focusing quality. It's not business as usual. In the public university, most of the time, like when I was a dean, you would find me just going where my campuses were. I could be in Kisii. I would be in Nairobi on Monday, Friday, on Tuesday I'm in Kisii. But what is it? It's allowances I'm taking to my pocket. And then I would only consult with my master's students. That is extreme corruption. Because again, even when I want to fight it alone, I cannot manage it. When you cannot manage it, you join them.
Okay, the next one, please.
So let us be clear. And then students here are complaining, something that I thought could be answered, and I know Senator did not have an answer for that. When we talk of funding, there are two types, like the worst funding now is this time, when we talk of the band 1 to 5. Previously, students were not complaining much, but this was worst because people benefited. The survey shows are the sons of rich men and women, not sons of the poor students. But again, my dear students who are here who look like you are the majority, there's one thing I have to advise you on. When you talk of a secondary school charging more than the university, that's a misconception. We have few schools like Kabarak, you pay about 200,000 shillings a term when you are a student. But again, you can't regret. You can't regret because it's quality, quality, quality. But in the university system, you could have been paying maybe 40 through the window. But again, the government also pays another maybe 70 to the university, which directly you don't know. And therefore, it will always go higher than what you think you're paid. There is no way out public secondary schools can charge more than what we call the university. That's also a misconception. Then secondly, there is something I would always want to advise the students.
Please,
when you are disinterested, you are being taught, and you are not engaging, what is the purpose of you being there? You are supposed to be dead. Yeah? You are supposed to engage lecturers. But again, finally, I know lecturers may not want this. It's about the kind of lecturers we have. Some of them even in the exam room, including Tuk, you would have employed someone while he's supposed to supervise students is reading a newspaper in a corner. You know, he's not looking at what everybody's cheating. Those kind of the crops that... Anyway, the last one is to Senator. Now, I would want you to answer that. When you become President Umtata, what will you do different than the kind of crops of the wrong guys we have had before and now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's give, thank you. Those are gotten. I would like to give a chance to Professor Ntabo to briefly respond to the question that was directed to him. After that, Dr. Dikir will give his comment. And finally, Honorable Mtata will give his comment. Okay, so Prof, did you get the concerns from the audience? Prof? Yeah, you may be having some challenges, so it's all right. Let's give a chance to Dr. Dikir to respond, and then we can give Senator.
A question was asked about, I think there's a model of learning. There's what you'd call the sage on the stage and the guide on the side, isn't it? You're saying that on the one hand, you have a lecturer who comes to class, stands before you, and tells you what you need to hear. But given the pace at which education is moving, I think we are beginning to skip away from that kind of model, where rather than me coming to class and standing here in front of you, I would be sitting with you and helping you understand things that you already know, but you forgot. I think that is, in fact, what Socrates says, that there is nothing much you can teach someone. They already know what they know. You only need to remind them. But you remind them by asking a series of questions that you help them probe up to the very core of what lies in them. In that, what sits basically at the top of this very fantastic muscle that's above our head, isn't it? That is above our neck. Sorry. So I think the issue of learning styles needs to be looked at very carefully. We still have this problem in universities where people are just going to class and standing in front and it's like they are preaching to people who have no knowledge at all. I think that's the wrong way to go. Someone did talk about the Socratic method, whether the Socratic method can be fruitful and productive in this day and age, particularly given the kind of challenges that we have, the diversity of courses that students have to take, and so forth and so on. I went to some university for my graduate school in the US. I finished, and much of my learning was based on this Socratic method. We had, of course, very many books we needed to read. Many books that we needed to read, and there are also many units that we had to do. But we still found time to participate in discussion by use of this Socratic method of questioning. I think it is possible, but it requires some bit of preparation. A lot of our students, unfortunately, come to class without reading the assigned texts. So it becomes very difficult to have a conversation for someone who hasn't interacted intimately with the information that is provided, so that you can come well prepared and ready to push the discussion beyond its limit. That is something that is happening. So Socratic method is possible, but it requires also a lot of input from the students, just as much as it requires that input from the lecturers. Someone asked a question, why prioritize university education? Why? Why should the government prioritize university education? What's the work of the government? I think Senator would help us with this. From my understanding, there are very essential things that the government is required to intervene. One would be security of its people, healthcare of its people, and education. So if you're not prioritizing those three aspects, I think there's a problem. I did not say that you should just focus on education alone. No, that is not what I was saying. I was simply saying that put money in places where it matters. And education is one of those areas. If we are not providing a good education to our people, some of us might be left behind. And we are told that education is the equalizer, basically. So we are leaving a significant number of our people behind. And as Senator said, we need to have many rich people, because that's how we create wealth. How can you do that? Unless you have, you are putting money in places where it matters. I think someone did say, I think when it comes to issues of prioritizing, what I'm simply saying is that let the government cut the beef, as they say in America. Let it cut the beef. Reduce the non-essentials. Reduce the non-essential, and you'll have enough money to fund, especially the most important aspects of a people's life. That's simply what I was saying. Mismanagement, absolutely. We have so many idle minds in public universities. And some of these idle minds are people who are supposed to be in class, helping nurture minds. Now, how do you nurture mind when you're just sitting in an office and because you are simply an administrator there, you are wasting public funds? And I think as a nation, we need to rethink. We need to rethink as to whether professors should be doing a lot of administration. I think it should be the reverse, doing a lot of teaching and less of administration. I taught briefly myself in the US for about 10 years. And I was based at the State University of New York at Binghamton University of New York. Binghamton University, which is a state college in upstate New York. And I also did some bit of moonlighting at Cornell University. And the institution where I was based, I could see the chair of a department had a lot to do, especially with teaching, not managing. There are even very few administrators. Like in a department, you only find one secretary and the chair of the department. That's it. So what they would do is they would have students who are on work-study programs. And the students would be doing some bit of administration in exchange for some little funding to help them thrive and survive in places where they were. So I think there is a way in which we can begin insisting that our professors should be removed from those big offices so that they can get back to class. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much for the question, and especially the way it was framed. It was not stated that if I become president, but when I become president. So I'm very happy that it's already recognized that it's a given. So one thing is that a president is an employee of the people. And there's a structure in the ground, and it's just a small part of the structure of government. The most important thing is the professionals who are in various departments. So my focus would be to build institutions, make them strong, both within the core sector of the government and also outside government, especially the professional bodies. Because when you talk about money being stolen through bad roads being built and whatever, the politicians sign nowhere. They may influence, but the fellow who signs is an engineer who certifies the road before it is paid. The person who draws the contract is a lawyer. The person who pays is an accountant, or who does the auditing and what have you. So if all these people are held accountable professionally, so that right from the training, we are producing people who are professional, and then we are giving them the chance to be in charge of the country, I think we can make a difference. I saw in Uganda the other day, recently there was a corrupt judge, but the corrupt judge has got political protection. But a corrupt judge requires a certificate to practice. So the Law Society of Uganda cancelled this certificate because they said you were not behaving according to the professional ethics of the society. So he automatically ceased being a judge. The political protection he enjoyed could not help him. So that's the power of the professional. And if you go back to the Bible, you had three very important institutions in the Old Testament. You had the priest who worshipped, who led the worship and the praise of God and what have you, created a very priestly relationship with God. You had the prince who governed, but you had the prophet who spoke truth to power, who demanded justice, who demanded that things be run the correct way, who even sometimes condemned the priest and the prince when they got to bed. So, for us today, the professional is the prophetic voice that must stand up and say, these are the standards. We built KICC in the 70s, began in the 60s, in the 70s. I've had an office at KICC, and one thing I've been doing whenever I move around is looking for a crack on that building. I've not found one. But today, our engineers are building houses that collapse. You had so many buildings collapsing. Where is the problem? So professionalism of how the country is run is very important. Professor has mentioned a very important issue: research and development. You realize that I think the standard in the world is supposed to be 2% of the budget. In Kenya, the last time I checked, they claimed that 0.6% of the budget went to research. But I couldn't trace that. The other key important thing is in terms of education, at the university level especially, and even the secondary schools and whatever, we want to have a mechanism of rewarding people where they are. If somebody is a very good professor, there's no point of getting him out to make him a minister of education. You can recognize him by having incentives and retaining the professor in the lecture room, retaining the teacher in the classroom, so that we go for core, we allow people to do the best they can do. When you go to, we had a problem, and I think it's still continuing. When we had, one time they insisted that doctors must run hospitals. There was a mess in Kenyatta at a public hospital. But when it came down and they began appointing professional administrators, the hospital picked up. And it's now a very respectable hospital. So, when I become president, it will be the rule of law or nothing. And the law for even me. Because the law, I think, is what can govern human beings. Even in the creation story, after God had seen everything and created was good, he gave human beings dominion over that. He never gave human beings dominion over themselves. He gave them the law to govern them. From Exodus from Egypt, even with Abraham, he made a covenant, he made the law. The Exodus from Egypt, again, the law is given to govern society. So the law is very important, and we must realize that in Kenya we have got the mother law called the Constitution, and it creates institutions. Very few institutions in the Constitution have been created. For example, a Constitution requires a wealth fund, a fund whereby you can be saving a percentage of our wealth or a budget or minerals and whatever, to build up a saving culture so that tomorrow Kenya can be a country that can lend money out to other countries. We don't have that. Because we have refused to do that, we are required to separate the treasury from the presidency by creating the treasury as an independent institution like the central bank, having a national treasurer, and who controls the money, and once money is collected, can only be accessed through parliament and the control of budget. Today, we have not done that. The treasury is under the Minister of Finance, and the PS for finance. Who appoints them? The president. When the president appoints them, he controls the treasury, and it becomes a source of goods. So parliament becomes useless. You can pass your budget, but the president will do his own thing because he has got the money. Even money to counties for devolution, the president can delay it to punish the governors, to do whatever. Even the judiciary, we are supposed to have a judiciary fund. But you see the Chief Justice running to the president to negotiate, to beg for money. When I'm president, those things will not be there. They will be, the first thing I'll do is to make sure that I put a padlock on public money by creating that independent treasury. So that even when I'm broke, I call you father and say, oh no, unaka 15 rushie. I don't just go and pick money and use it. Because because of that money, and I've seen it in parliament, because of that illicit money that the president controls, MPs are powerless. For you to be able to get anything, you have to go and bow to the president. So we must remove the president from the issue of being a distributor of goods and bring back the budget. He can only propose. The president should only propose what he wants to do through the budget and his ministries. But the representative of the people, the MPs, should have the ultimate power to decide what is done. And if an MP wants anything to be done, he should not go to the president. He should raise it in parliament and introduce it. So our problem is the rule of law. I've told you about the budget, about the odious debts. If they had followed the law, we would not be there. The other thing, we shall have to punish corruption. If you steal from the public coffers, you go where the thieves belong. You go to jail, irrespective of who you are. And corruption cases, when I become president, we'll have special courts to deal with corruption cases. The issue that corruption cases will take 10, 15 years will not be there. Election cases take 6 months, corruption cases will take 6 months. And we shall not call it corruption, we shall call it theft. Because when you call it corruption, it looks like a good thing. We'll call it theft because we don't want to mischaracterize this thing. Just like you see what's happening in the northern parts and the parts of Rift Valley. Robbery with violence is called cattle rustling. People are killed, their property is taken over, and when you go to the penal code, there's no cattle rustling. We'll have to call those kind of things robbery with violence, and those who steal will have to face the full force of the law. It will not be a cultural activity. So that way, I think we'll be able to grow this country. We shall be able to restore the glory of this country. And God will reward us if we obey the law. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. For all our speakers, let us put 3 claps for each one of them. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you. Now, I'm sorry for the many other hands that were up. We still have afternoon sessions. Some of the issues raised here will still come, and I'm sure you'll have an opportunity to interact with other presenters besides the keynote speakers and the guest speakers. So I would like to call up Father Dominic to finish up this session with the announcements, and then we can proceed on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. By the way, you know what? In one way, we are actually on time because it's lunchtime, according to the schedule. Once again, to add to the statements of appreciating our guests, thank you very much. You have done us proud. And by the way, for those who didn't know, do you know that Honorable Okiya Omtata is an alumni of this university? Wow, yeah. He's an alumni. He knows these corridors very well, eh? So I hope it feels good to be back home to this place. What we are going to do is we are going to have tea with lunch together. Yes, that's what we are going to do because now it's already lunchtime. so that then we cut on many things of the day. I'd just like to also to carry the sentiments of this day in a way. You know, by the way, today is the conversion of St. Paul. It's conversion of St. Paul. That is a religious conversion. Bernard Lonergan, in his cognitional theory, speaks about the levels of conversion, whereby the first one is intellectual conversion. And that's exactly what we are experiencing today. So in honor of the conversion of St. Paul, we are here being intellectually converted. Moral conversion is in between, and I have heard speakers talking about, so we are carrying the whole thing right away together. I'd like to, before we break, at least as we acknowledge our guests who are presented to us, also to acknowledge everyone who has come here. And I know there are people who have come different places, and we do really appreciate you being here with us. Just to know each other a little bit casually. I know we have our own philosophy department here in Tangaza. If you belong to this department, wherever you are, just stand up. Let's just know each other quickly. Save time. Collins, I can see you. Let us appreciate them. Thank you very much. Sit down. We also have presentation from some other universities. Nazarene University. Nazarene, you have our guests from Nazarene University. Oh, wamepotea already. Contemplative evangelizers from the school there. Let us appreciate them. Thank you so much for joining us this today. Apostles of Jesus, AJ. Wow, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh, you almost challenge our students, eh? That's very nice. We also have the larger, we have many other people from Tangaza here who are not necessarily from the school of, from Institute of Philosophy, like from other institutes, CLM, and like that. So if you are with us here today from the rest of Tangaza fraternity, we really appreciate. We also have other guests from our religious groups and congregations, from Capuchin, Puritans, a number of sister congregations are also here with us, and we also appreciate you very dearly for being here with us this day. We have more than 20 presenters remaining for the day. So what we are going to do is when we go for lunch, it's just 1 hour. We'll be back by 2. So when we come back, we are going to split the group. You are given things like this, right? So if you have a paper like this, after lunch, come back to this hall. Okay? If you have a paper like this, after lunch, go to D10. You know D10, eh? For those who are not familiar with Tangaza, kindly lead them to. If you have a pink paper like this, the D10 is on the first floor on this wing. At the end there is another hall. So you are going to, that's how we are going to divide ourselves. I would like we also have a small meeting over the lunchtime in the presenters who are going to have lunch in the faculty lounge there. We'll just have a small meeting to see how we can mitigate on the time in terms of presentations, because there are many. Probably we'll just restrict ourselves to the abstracts and some little bits of the works because of the time that we have. And I think with that, we should be good for lunch, right? And we keep time at 2. We'll be back to our respective places so that we can continue well. I would like to request someone to bless the meal for us. Vice Chancellor, do you mind to do that?
Let us be upstanding for prayer. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. But our loving Father, we thank you for the far you have taken us in this wonderful symposium that we have. You started with us from the morning session, and you are still with us. We are happy for your presence in our midst. Thank you for the conversation so far. May they continue to challenge us so that we may embrace them to be able to become players and agents in transforming higher education in our country and in the world. And as we get out to refresh ourselves and nourish our bodies, we ask you that you may bless what has been prepared for us, so that as we partake of it, we may have the energy and strength to continue being co-creators with you. We make our prayer through Christ our Lord. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Okay, you'll be given a meal card as you exit. Either door you exit, you'll get a meal card. So there will be 2 serving points, I think 5. Then we can have a few minutes of interlocution, then the other bunch, or depending on how the flow is going to be. The first presenter who was supposed to be the first presenter this is Dr. Florence Kabala. She was scheduled to present some early in the morning because she had some commitments this afternoon, so she has left. But at some point in the course of the presentations, we'll be able to project our abstract, at least that we can read it on our behalf. The next, that I'm sure the presenters got the program, so you know who comes after who. So the first one who should begin us then this afternoon is none other than Professor Nelson Shang. Is from West Africa, Cameroon, I believe, right? Yeah, he's from Cameroon. He'll be presenting from Cameroon, overcoming dead knowledge in 21st century African universities, a Whitedian perspective. So, Professor Nelson, I believe you have been with us all through and you are following. If you are getting me at this time, kindly come online and it's your time. Just 1 minute. Dennis is trying to contact him. He has been with us anyway all through the day. Oh, he's there. Oh, okay. Yeah. Professor Nelson Shang, kindly proceed. Hello, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. My presentation is on overcoming dead knowledge in African, 21st century African universities. And the fundamental observation there is just the fact that we have several universities, more universities now in Africa, in African countries than we've had before. And every year, thousands of universities churn out thousands of graduates. But then these graduates come out. Hello? Hello?
We are hearing you, Shang. Kindly proceed.
So as I was indicating, then these graduates come out and there are no jobs available for them. And these graduates, whether in engineering, in history, in geography, any of the disciplines, there are many of them who find themselves very often languishing in their parents' homes with no jobs and no entrepreneurial skills to be able to create jobs. And so the fundamental question is, what form of education do we give them? What form of skills or competencies do we instill in our students such that when they come out, they shouldn't be lagging behind? The next observation is the fact that most of those who have jobs, most of those who find themselves in position, in occupying certain positions, jobs and the rest, they are fundamentally incompetent, lazy, and the society continues to lag behind. And the third observation, of course, is from the perspective of the highest, those who are in government positions, those who are in certain positions of power, and the highest number of corrupt persons that we have, who are all university graduates. And so it begs the question, I think the keynote speakers and the presenters spoke on the question of values, moral values, on the question of social justice. And so it begs the question as to what we are producing in relation to universities. And so for me, I'm just taking one aspect, which is the dimension of dead knowledge. And I'm indicating the fact that even though the country is heavily endowed with human, material, and cultural resources, our continent still grapples with a myriad of socio-political and economic challenges. And the conundrum of development and the quest for new epistemic alternatives cannot be more pressing for Africa today. The inability to translate the social, historical, and cultural resources of a people into sustainable processes of development and empowerment, first in an intra-continental level and then in the global milieu, raises profound questions about the nature and horizon of the epistemic resources of the people. There is therefore a need for a renaissance, and in this case I'm arguing for a three-tier form of renaissance. First of all, a re-examination of our ontological and epistemological foundations, a rediscovery of our social, historical and cultural resources, and a reconstruction of the ecologies of knowledge for individual and collective empowerment. Our globalized postmodern world is rapidly changing and progressing, and our African universities too must adapt, must change and adapt their mode of teaching for the to the needs of the global world. However, the economic and ecological changes shaping the 21st century, the questions of what African universities teach their students and how they are taught become critical. An alarming yet necessary inquiry is whether African universities are still universities in the sense that they foster knowledge-based growth and development. Phrased differently, do African universities free students from ignorance, from skepticism, from superstition, brutality, and servitude, so that they become architects of their own world? Or do African universities merely reproduce knowledge and ideas imported from elsewhere, which like chains continue to enslave them? It is this latter case that I call dead knowledge. And in 21st century African universities, the concept of dead knowledge will simply refer to outdated, irrelevant, or colonial forms of knowledge that do not resonate with the contemporary realities and challenges faced by African societies. That is, knowledge that is disconnected from the practical realities and needs of the societies. And this is very much predominant in areas where the educational system reflects Western epistemologies with an eminent lack of engagement with local contexts and an overwhelming emphasis on rote learning, memorization, than critical thinking and problem-solving skills. It follows, therefore, that knowledge is dead vis-à-vis the learner or the society when it is no longer capable of generating novelty, daring. Now, how do we overcome this dead knowledge? I will just snapping manner just give some points. The very first thing is we must be able to adopt a paradigm of contextualized learning. And this paradigm of contextualized learning is best explained in what I call here culturally responsive teaching. And culturally responsive teaching is that approach that incorporates students' cultural identities and lived experiences into the classroom as tools for effective teaching. This form of teaching basically takes into consideration the students' customs, characteristics, experiences, and perspectives,
as tools for a better classroom management. Yet, the prevalence of the Western curriculum in an increasingly globalized world puts African students at risk of losing touch with their own cultures. And a people without a culture lack the shared beliefs, practices, values, and artifacts that define their identity and social cohesion. The next thing I argue for in relation to as a solution to the proliferation of debt knowledge in our universities is localization. And I'm not talking about globalization, I'm talking about localization, which is basically the dynamics of the global and the local. We are training students who should be global citizens, and as such, it is important that we make them to understand the values of the global world without at the same time forgetting the values of our cultural or local systems. So it is of capital importance that we focus in that direction. And looking at the views of Alfred North Whitehead in that direction, Whitehead maintains simply that education is the acquisition of the art of the utilization of knowledge. From this perspective, he is fundamentally against the banking system of education, just as Paulo Freire is and other thinkers, and he insists that education should not just aim at producing merely well-informed people, but men who possess both culture and expert knowledge in some special direction. Those people who can be integrated into the society full of cultural values and knowledge. It is from this perspective that he argues that the one fundamental task of the university is to be able to train students with the capacity to think for themselves, because as we think, we live, and as we improve our thoughts, that's how we improve our lives. And there's an author, Hector Amespita, who maintains, and I quote, that a root cause of the major human problems is the fact that so many of us learned what to think instead of how to think. Now, it is in procession from that Whitehead would give very much what he calls the various steps that I adapt to us overcoming the proliferation of dead knowledge. The very first thing is in relation to the commandments of education, where he has to do not teach many courses, and what you teach thoroughly. And then he argues very much that we must, in our educational process, marry technical knowledge and liberal knowledge, that is theory and practice. Now, I conclude the paper very much not with a synthesis of what has been said, but very much with an argument on the role of Catholic universities, because I'm aware Tangaza University is a Catholic University Institute, and I teach here in Cameroon at the Catholic University of Cameroon. And I think that Catholic universities are required to take the lead in challenging the status quo in the African academic milieu. And from this perspective, I invoke the apostolic exhortation of Pope Benedict, Africae Unus, where he confers a twofold responsibilities on Catholic institutions and academic institutions, on Catholic universities and academic institutions. And I quote, "It falls on you, on the one hand, to shape the minds and hearts of the younger generation in the light of the gospel, and on the other, to help African societies to better understand the challenges confronting them today by providing Africa, through your research and analysis, with the light she needs." He admonishes African youths in particular to study educational sciences with a view to passing down knowledge full of truth, not merely know-how, but genuine knowledge full of life, inspired by Christian consciousness, shaped by the church's social teaching. And in his 1984 address to Catholic educators, Pope John Paul II said inter alia, "The church looks upon you as co-workers with an important measure of shared responsibility. To you it is given to create the future and give it direction by offering to your students a set of values to with which to assess their newly discovered knowledge. The changing times demand that educators be open to new cultural influences and interpret them for the young pupils in the light of the Christian faith. You are called to bring professional competence and a high standard of excellence to your teaching. But your responsibilities make demands on you that go far beyond the need for professional skills and competence. Through you, as through a clear window on a sunny day, the students must see and know the richness and joy of a life lived in accordance with Christ's teaching in response to his challenging demands. To teach means not only to impart what we know, but also to reveal who we are by living what we believe. Now, it is from this perspective that I'll end, and I'm going to end with a fundamental question, given that I was told I'm having just 7 minutes. And the question is, now that we are living in a world characterized by secularism, by atheism, hedonism, all of these, how do Catholic universities balance the demands to achieve quality in secular terms, while at the same time upholding Catholic educational principles? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shang. That's a very interesting topic to ponder, dead knowledge, and your presentation was also very clear. I hope you continue being with us. We shall have a moment later for interlocution if there will be some people who may need to ask a question or two. Thank you very much. As I had mentioned earlier, one of the presenters who was supposed to be is Sister Kabala, who had to leave. But we have the abstract for our paper, and I'll just, in honor of our preparedness to do the presentation today, just one of the sisters in the name of Sister Beda to kindly read the abstract for Dr. Kabala. Judy, did you get the email? Can you project? Seems like it may not be projected, but just listen. Just half a page.
The topic of the theme is University and Veritatis Gaudium, a comparative analysis in contemporary university contexts, by Sister Dr. Florence Kabala. This paper conducts a comparative analysis of John Henry Newman's idea of university and Pope Francis' Apostolic Constitution, Veritatis Gaudium, exploring the foundation principles they propose for Catholic higher education and their application in the contemporary context. Newman's seminal work, rooted in the 19th century, emphasizes the cultivation of intellectual virtues, the integration of faith and reason, and the centrality of liberal education in forming well-rounded individuals. His vision underscores the university as a space for pursuing universal truth across disciplines while fostering moral and spiritual development. In contrast, Veritatis Gaudium, a modern ecclesial document from 2017, reimagines Catholic education to meet the demands of an interconnected and complex world. Pope Francis calls for dialogue, interdisciplinary, collaboration, and a mission-oriented approach that addresses global challenges such as social inequality, environmental crisis, and cultural fragmentation. This document insists on an integral formation that not only seeks intellectual rigor, but also advances the Church's evangelization mission in the service of humanity. The comparative analysis highlights both the continuity and innovation within Catholic educational thought, Newman's emphasis on intellectual formation, provides timeless insights, while Veritatis Gaudium introduces contemporary priorities, including the promotion of ecological and social justice. Together, they offer a comprehensive framework for Catholic universities to engage with modern issues without compromising their theological and moral foundations.
This study concludes by proposing practical strategies for applying these principles in today's academic institutions, including curriculum development, faculty formation, and fostering global solidarity. The synthesis of Newman's classical vision with Francis' modern directives presents a dynamic roadmap for Catholic education, equipping it to form leaders capable of addressing the ethical and intellectual challenges of the 21st century. Thank you.
Yeah, that's from Dr. Kabala. Our next presenter is none other than the director for the Institute of Philosophy, Dr. Etriga Dennis, who is going to talk about university management and academic freedom in Africa. Welcome, Father.
Thank you very much, Father Mtuku. Good afternoon to everybody. Yeah, as it has been said, the theme of my presentation is university management and academic freedom in Africa. Many philosophers and educationists, whether of utilitarian, liberal, critical, or decolonial strands, basically concerned that education process in general concerns enlightened upbringing of individuals. Some, as we heard this morning, like Plato and Kant, would add moral upbringing. John Henry Newman, on his part, proposes universal knowledge for knowledge's sake as the primary objective of university education. Today, however, many universities distill their objectives into either academic excellence or excellence in learning. While to a greater extent, these objectives have been achieved the world over, a lot has remained less achievable in Africa due to several factors, of which university management and academic freedom are core. Effective university management guarantees academic freedom that is ideal for the realization of university objectives and mission. The main argument of my presentation, therefore, is that while several factors constrain the realization of Africa's university institutions from attaining their primary objectives of academic excellence or excellence in learning, the delicate balance between the two concepts, university management and academic freedom, is key. This presentation that highlights this delicate balance between university management and academic freedom is aimed at providing useful insights for realization of Africa's university objectives and missions. What are these concepts? The two. The concept of university management, what does it mean? The concept of university management refers to the principles that guide the administration and the governance of a university. These are the principles of academic freedom, institutional autonomy, and social responsibility. University management, thus, is the unity that oversees and administers a university's operational needs in accordance to the principles of academic freedom, institutional autonomy, and social responsibility. The concept of academic freedom. Freedom is a difficult philosophical concept that seeks to explore the essence, domain, and implications of human autonomy and free will. It may take physical, metaphysical, ethical, political, existential, and academic dimensions. For the sake of this presentation, the academic dimension, also termed academic freedom, refers to the principle that scholars, researchers, and educators have the liberty to pursue knowledge, conduct research, and express their ideas without undue interference, censorship, and the fear of institutional or political repercussions. It contains that individuals in the academia can explore even controversial or innovative topics, challenge established norms, question the status quo, and engage in open dialogue to advance knowledge and understanding. Academic freedom fosters intellectual creativity, independent thought, innovation, and critical thinking that are very foundational for university education. There are challenges to university management. For the interest of time, I'm just going to highlight them. These challenges range from historical to internal factors and external factors. Among the historical, briefly, we have colonial legacies, as we had this morning. We have differences between regions in Africa, for instance, Anglophone versus Francophone, and many others, that constrained learners, researchers, students from freely seeking knowledge across these domains. Internal factors, among which includes leadership and governance issues, corruption, lack of transparency, lack of or too much centralization of decision-making processes in an institution like Tangaza University can ultimately hamper freedom that is ideal for achieving academic excellence. Bureaucracy and administrative inefficiencies, institutional authority, and government interferences. We have just heard this morning from the senator and many other speakers how government interference can constrain academic freedom. External factors, government policies and political interference still, globalization and international influence, socioeconomic conditions, e.g. poverty, inequality, brain drain, cultural expectations and pressures. In the interest of time, allow me to go to the conclusion. University management and academic freedom in Africa represent a complex interplay between institutional governance, state policies, and the pursuit of intellectual autonomy. Effective university management is essential for fostering an environment of academic freedom that is ideal for the achievement of university objectives of academic excellence. However, persistent challenges such as political interference, limited resources, and restrictive policies often undermine the delicate balance between university operational needs and academic freedom. To address these challenges, there is a need for African universities to rethink university management models, such as prioritization of participatory governance models that empower faculty, students, and staff to contribute to decision making. Universities need to make deliberate efforts to promote decolonization strategies, particularly regarding the syllabus. And this is very key because in an institution like ours, Tangaza University, to which part of the syllabus is donated from outside, we commonly say dictated from outside, there is a danger of prolonging colonial constraints that do not give good result in academic freedom. Then there is government. Governments need to commit to upholding academic freedom. They should reaffirm their commitment to upholding academic freedom by reducing direct control over universities. This has been a very common case in many African countries, especially here in Kenya. Not so many weeks or months ago, we have witnessed what has happened here. Results of strike by the staff, by the student, unless these disrupt academic freedom that is ideal for universities to attain their primary objective of academic excellence. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Etriga, for that input. Our next presenter is none other than our own Dr. Ojwang Ochieng, who also is now a full-time faculty at Kisii University, and is going to present artificial intelligence and its challenges in higher education.
Thank you so much, Father Motuku, the faculty, Tangaza University, all protocols observed. My topic actually resonates with today's theme, because today we are celebrating the International Day of Education. And the theme of today of education is AI and education, preserving human being in a world of automation. And that actually corresponds to my title, Artificial Intelligence in Higher Education. I have to go to the history of artificial intelligence. When you're talking about artificial intelligence, we are talking about an artifact, which an object made by a human being, and is not naturally present. And this is to help these machines work as human beings. Therefore, we apply knowledge in a machine so that we can have imitation of the human being by the machines. That's why the definition, artificial intelligence. And remember, there's something funny about this. And therefore, I ask the question, can machines think? Because when you ask a question that the machine can reason like us, can act humanly, can act rationally, can think humanly, how can such a machine be a human person? And this is my way of saying that the machines cannot think humanly, act humanly, but they may have such imitations of human being. And therefore, in a higher education, we have to realize that the introduction of artificial intelligence is here with us, and we cannot run away with it, because they have made education to be so simpler. But before continuing, I have to tell you the role of education. Etymologically, the word education is from educare, meaning to nurture, to inspire, to make young people grow in moral way of life. And therefore, education, and the main goal of education is to make young people, men and women, who are having skills, who can be fitting the society, but act morally. But during the invention of artificial intelligence, especially the ChatGPT, this actually has revolutionized education. And at the end of the day, we ask ourselves, what is human cognition? Human cognition was developed by John Anderson in 1970s. And he said that human cognition is how people organize knowledge. And how do we organize knowledge? One, what we call declarative memory. And this is where factual knowledge in the form of chunks are structured in data in our mind so that they can represent information, such as concepts and experiences. Then we have positional memory. Procedural memory, therefore, contains production, rules, action that actually determine behavior of an individual. And therefore, whatever is learned in the classroom should actually help to shape the behavior of an individual. Then we have perceptional motor modules. This is where we integrate perception module for the vision, hearing, and also controlling actions. That when I'm a learned person, then my action can be controlled, can be tailor-made in such a way that I become a human being. Therefore, the whole goal of education is to bring up a holistic individual in the society, a person who can fit in the society, a person who can be responsible for his actions. But the challenge which you have today with artificial intelligence in academia is the experiences which we have every day. If I have a class of 200 students, I know at least 10 of them will be tempted to use a phone because of what? ChatGPT. What is ChatGPT? This is a sophisticated computer program that uses types of artificial intelligence called natural language processing to understand and respond to human language. It is trained in a vast majority of data that can generate responses immediately. And so ChatGPT has been trained through the system of big data. So the information can be stored, and this gadget was launched, this software was launched on 30th November 2022. And within 1 week, 1 million population of the world has started using it. And so when you talk about the GPT, that is generative pre-trained transformer, this is the challenge we have in academia today, that our students are able to generate answers which they are asked in what? In the exam. And they can get first class, good language, second upper class, and we say that we have given ourselves to the society by improving the lives of the students. This is the challenge today, because there are so many information which can be got in the ChatGPT, even at homes, in administration. Even lecturers who are making modules nowadays are tempted to go through ChatGPT. And even Q cannot detect it, because I was having a conversation with one of my friends yesterday. I was saying that he went to a university, and when he saw the module, he just told them, my friend, this is not humanly created. But the response was, Q has accepted it. So we are victims of this machine. Now, when you talk about prompt engineering or ChatGPT, this is asking instruction, guide, and language so that all of us are able to get the true answers. This is the challenge we have in the university today. And therefore, we have to realize that who are we now churning to the society? There are people who have knowledge, who have integrated knowledge? Are they critical? Are they creative? With ChatGPT, you will get your papers, but at the end of the day, you will not get the knowledge. And so in my conclusion, because I have only 2 minutes, I'm going to donate 1 minute. In my conclusion, we realize that instead of growing virtues and values in human beings, the ChatGPT is here to make human beings who act like robots, who are cramming, having banking method education. And so the real goal of higher education is actually destroyed by this system. I therefore ask that we should not produce human beings who act like machines, but we should produce students who actually are responsible, who can grow in virtue, and actually can have skills which can they transfer from one generation to the next. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ojwang. This is a very contemporary problem that we are dealing with, and thank you for keeping us on our toes about it. I would like to ask for a volunteer. If you know how to do nice icebreakers, please kuja hivi unione. The next presenter that we have is again one of our own, Dr. John Mudua, an apostle of Jesus, who is a teacher with us, and he's going to talk about the contemporary university, a renewal from the idea of John Henry Newman, and also from the perspective of the Catholic intellectual tradition. Dr. Mudua, most welcome.
All the protocols observed. I define university as an organized community of academic nature for the purpose of research. So the internal good, the purpose for which university exists, is the pursuit of truth for its sake. This is borrowed from Henry Newman. The institution of university, from the previous presenters, you realize, started even before Jesus Christ. Plato had his academy, Aristotle has his lyceum. But the university, in the form that is similar today, can be traced to around the 9th century, that is in the Islamic universities, 11th century, that is the Byzantium universities, and the 12th to 13th century in the Latin West. The medieval period, especially the period of high scholasticism, witnessed the emergence of very strong universities, such as Paris, Oxford, Toulouse, Naples, Cologne, some of which are still existing today. These universities were indeed sent us to bring about unification of all learning under the supreme inquiries of philosophy and theology. From its predecessor epoch to medieval times, the mission of the university remained, that is, disinterested search for truth. The medieval university had a curriculum that embodied a conception of unity of knowledge and interdisciplinary relationship between the different sciences that offered a unitary approach in research. So this institution of the university has undergone remarkable changes in mission, form, and organization across centuries up to our time. Today, we experience mushrooming of universities across the globe, and I appreciated the statistics that was given by the professor here in the Kenyan context, that since early 70s up to now, we have around 86 universities. That means in the next 50 years, we are going to have more than 168 universities in Kenya. However, the two elements that we have identified with the pre-medieval and medieval universities, namely the mission, organization, and the curriculum, have shifted radically in the contemporary university. So let us look at the contemporary university in brief. Today, the idea of university itself has been increasingly reduced in favor of a more instrumentalized and utilitarian model. Today, many universities are established for profit motive. The mission statements of many universities today are defined in pragmatic terms, summed up in improving the world. If you look at the university logo and the missions of ancient universities, you'll always get the word veritas or truth. But you'll rarely find this in today's universities because they have pragmatic formulation of mission, and then they are for profit motive. To the extent that some of these universities, one of the challenges that even they award academic accreditations to people who don't deserve it. We have witnessed in Africa politicians getting PhDs in universities when you can see that actually they had no time for research, and even they have no single publication, but they graduate with the PhD because they have senior people, senior politicians. You have also seen in Africa, universities awarding honorary degrees, doctorate degrees to politicians, whom when you look at, you don't see what the university is honoring these people. But because of the nature in which universities are organized, this happens. The organization of curriculum of many contemporary universities apparently reflect career development without emphasis on disinterested search for truth. The curriculum of contemporary university apparently lacks interdisciplinary unity for streamlined research for truth. The contemporary university houses many faculties which in many universities do not relate or interact with each other. The university has therefore lost its identity as a single institutional organism that exists for the purpose of disinterested search for truth. Instead, the university has become fragmented, partitioned, compartmentalized into faculties that carry out research largely independent from each other. As Clark Carey asserts, the institution has lost its previous identity as a university, and today it should rather be referred to as multiversity. So my argument here is to renew this situation, to revert this situation, we take insights from Henry Newman classical publication called The Idea of University. And in this, I only take one aspect in which is in the first part of this work. I characterize it as the epistemological foundation in Henry Newman's idea of the university. Henry Newman says the human mind searches for truth, but truth is found in the interrelationship of facts. But if we break facts further, facts multiply into myriads of facts that still remain interconnected. But the human mind cannot grasp these facts at a go. It has to abstract them using perspectives and dimensions. And therefore, for the human mind to generate a full knowledge, it needs to consider these dimensions one by one. And therefore, the faculties in the university, different faculties and disciplines and sciences actually mirror those different perspectives. But for the human mind to conceive this, they must be brought in unitary sense. So faculties in the university, if not united, will never realize research that is focused. And somebody said here that we run a risk of producing dead knowledge because faculties have no capacity to adjudicate themselves. And what was characteristic in these medieval universities was there were some subjects, and Henry Newman acknowledges that theology was the supreme science. By theology, he did not mean in the sense today. Theology and philosophy combined. And he says, without this, we cannot achieve the unity of sciences. And the Catholic intellectual tradition, I go to it, is an idea similar to Newman's epistemological foundation of the university, because it advocates for unitary, interdisciplinary unity if we are to achieve systematic research in our universities. The preceding presenters talked about this, the quality of research in our universities, because there's no interdisciplinary unity. You find it is difficult for individual faculties to offer something new. Moreover, they lack the subjects that can give them the capacity to generate new knowledge, like philosophy. In many institutions, philosophy has been put at the periphery. Even in other universities, completely there is no philosophy. So how can such universities generate new ideas when they don't have subjects that can structure their mind to generate new ideas? So the Catholic intellectual tradition advocates for the same. So I conclude that for us to generate, based on myself on the previous speakers, we need interdisciplinary unity. We need to restore. Universities should, as a way forward, invest in the faculty of philosophy in every university, faculty of theology in every university. And we must have interdisciplinary discussions so that we maintain the original intention, mission of the university. At the same time, we are able to scrutinize education contextually. We are able to read the signs of time. We are able to read the demands of our cultures. This can only come if philosophy is restored back to its seat in universities. This is my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mondura, for that good input. Our next presenter is again one of our own, Dr. Domara Komboni, Missionaries. And Dr. Domara is going to talk about knowledge production and biopolitics, a university challenge. Let us welcome Reverend Domara. Karibu.
Good afternoon. My topic is about biopower and knowledge production, a university challenge. And through this topic, we are trying to investigate the interconnectedness between biopower and knowledge, or politics and science. And the interconnectedness has been underlined since morning. The intersection of politics, science, and bios is unavoidable in contemporary societies. On one hand, politics relies on science with the aim to exert power over life. And that is what Michel Foucault called biopower, whose aim is to foster life or disallow it to be the point of death. Or according to Giorgio Agamben, the convergence triggers the process of politicization of life and death. So politics deals with life and death. In this sense, the scientific expertise shapes the decisions that impact millions of lives. On the other hand, the agenda of the science is biopower oriented, leading to a change of paradigm in politics from the territorial states to the state of the population. The aim of the politics is no longer to control the territory and to administrate the institutions, but to have a control on the populations, on social body and individual body. So this process, high educational institution and academic research, the university is challenged on its autonomy and integrity with regard to political agenda. As a matter of fact, has been extremely manifest during COVID-19. to stem the transmission of the virus through stringent policies. In reality, we have two questions. Can the university be the legitimizing and legitimating power of political authority without compromising on its integrity, autonomy, and intrinsic mission? How to reconcile the political subject as a legitimating entity through political and science-based decisions. This paper falls into three. First, the researcher investigates the concept of biopower and knowledge production from the perspectives of Michel Foucault. Second, the article delves into the issues of concern with regard to the biopower-oriented scientific research and its impact on the university. The research explores the concept of political subjects in relation with biopower and the knowledge production, especially in a state of emergency or exception, like what we experienced during COVID-19. About the concept of biopower and knowledge production, according to Foucault, politics since the beginning deals with life and death. He tried to explain this in a historical perspective, starting from ancient time, where he shows that power was exercised indirectly and directly, not in absolute and unconditional way. So we have two perspectives of exercising power: direct over life, indirect power over life. Enemies, the sovereign had the right to wage war. In that perspective, he sent citizens to fight and then exposing their life indirectly. The direct power is when someone dared to rise up against the sovereign. In that context, he had the right to direct power over the offender's life through punishment or through death sentence. But in modern period, the power is exercised directly and as aim on the population. So there is a shift from the control of the territory to the population. In this perspective, we have, according to Foucault, there are two perspectives: the control of the individual body and the control of the population. So biopower is about the administration of bodies and the calculated management of life. And this brought about the emergence of new academic disciplines. In the control of body, we have schools, military barracks, hospitals, penal system, sport, and physical exercise in order to control the bodies. And today we still have this impact of science on our bodies, controlling our bodies with the gadgets we have or exercising in order to keep our body. We have also biopolitics of the population, through which we have demography and statistics. So this is the reality of biopower and knowledge. Now the question, can university be legitimizing and legitimating power or political decisions? Here, the scientification of politics is the process whereby the scientific research is used in politics in order to control lives or to foster life. But that raises some concerns about the pretension of biopolitics. The first one, university becomes the legitimizing power at the expenses of the traditional legitimating structures through political consent. The second, if university education is regulated by public policies and at the same time scientific evidence is important in policy making. It raises concerns about the autonomy and integrity of scientific expertise with regard to biopower agenda. Thirdly, the reliance of policy makers on scientific facts can contain the risk to anchor policy making on scientifically unverified assumptions and uncertainties, like what we experienced during COVID-19 with vaccines without knowing what is about. The fourth element is instrumental scientific rationality, and that raises concerns about epistemic challenges faced by university. But when we go further in the context of a state of emergency, where the ruler has the power to go beyond the rule of the law, it becomes a problem. The political subject reality, because he is the traditional institution to legitimate. To try to conclude this, now the two questions we ask: can legitimate power? First of all, legitimacy should give priority to the fundamental research. But when the research is sound, the scientific expertise is sound, it can legitimize the decision making. How to reconcile political consent with science-based decision? First of all, to reconcile BIOS and social sciences. BIOS should be at the center of the research. The public participation expresses vitality of democracy. And the third aspect is contextualization. New public space called Agora. So science, biopolitics, and BIOS should be integrated in order to foster life, in order also to give to the university to fulfill its mission for the better life of the citizen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Domara, for creating that relationship between power and knowledge generation. We should take a small break, but before we do that, let's just hear one more presentation. The phenomenology of issue-based politics, a stride towards a genuine political consciousness in Africa. Anthony.
Okay, good afternoon to all of you. My paper is about the phenomenology of issue-based politics, a stride towards political consciousness. If you listen from morning, you realize that our problem is fundamentally a political issue. Whether it is in education, whether it is in politics, whether it is in economy, everything seems to be revolving around politics, which means the issue of power structure is what determines what society is today. You have just heard about AI. Those in the so-called first world countries, they are coming up with the technologies in order to maintain and to ensure that their power structure is actually exported to other parts of the world. Are the consumers of the evils of the power structures that are being constructed by those who defend the system of power. And because of that, therefore, I'm really addressing the problem of consciousness. Discussing since morning. Are we conscious of this reality as African people? Political structure that's maintaining itself within the power structure so that they see themselves as relevant or not. And are we conscious ourselves of the situation where we are in right now? Elements that define it or not. Maybe to begin with, we all know the late President Julius Nyerere of Tanzania. He once defined education in interesting layman's language. And he said, education is that after one has forgotten all that he learned in class. Plato, Aristotle, and the rest. We are still citing them. But then I'm coming to fathers of Africa. Look, people like Senghor of Senegal. When he came up with the black conscience, come conscious of this, then we shall be able to have the power of what is happening around us. So I'm totally taking a very different perspective in looking at this issue. And because of that, I tend to think that our biggest problem is a problem of false consciousness of our own reality. And I define false. It is a socio-political concept that denotes a shortage of rational choice. Are we informed of our reality, or we are for other people to define it for us? And fundamentally, what is to bring out this consciousness that Senghor and the rest, Nkrumah, Nyerere, Kaunda of Zambia, Nyata with this Arambeism here in Kenya, and many others of those African thinkers and politicians. Are we conscious? Or our consciousness is only contrasted, especially the black consciousness contrasted to the white consciousness? There's a lot of negativity that you find towards Africa. And in fact, even the world today is completely afraid of the Africans organizing themselves because they want to maintain their power structure. Are we able now to confront that reality or not? That is my biggest problem. As we talk about education today, are we conscious of what are the effects of these things, or these technologies when it comes to defining who an African is within the African culture? The reality that's already there, that is actually painting negativity of our own consciousness as African people. We perceive even our own reality ourselves because we lack that rational choice. Now my thinking today is on the question to all of you: do we have the rational choice or not? The next that I can present in this, the burden of this black consciousness, or this consciousness, probably I want now to share with you shortly. The minutes that we have. When you look at that, the burden of this, one thing that is killing us in Africa is, of in our own black consciousness, we are seeing, we are trying to politicize everything. Politics seem to have taken lead in this. This morning we said now, we heard about the tribal appointments of people in offices, even the vice chancellors. Africa today, when it comes to the leadership of these institutions. And we, because of that false consciousness, we are not seeing the negative aspect because we look at what we are doing ourselves. Does it build us or not? Concept of politicization of our institutions, politicization of our own identities. We look at the first African founders when they talk about black identity. And we seem not to have our own black identity as black people in Africa today, trying to check and question our own reality. So fundamentally, this false consciousness, we are using it, as I call it, false consciousness, as a tool to propagate negative aspects of who we are, bringing in the aspect of adversity, enmity amongst ourselves, a threat to other people's identities, and so forth, whereby we do not accept that today if a black person or somebody from Tanzania comes to lead, maybe, okay, this is a religious institution. But look at our public institutions. People want people of their own to lead their own institutions. What has that led to? The collapse of education in Kenya. And that is where now the false consciousness that I'm questioning it at right now seems to be riding more than anything else. Are we able to question this? If we question our own consciousness, probably we might be on the right track. The next one, when you look at this politicization of almost everything, we are also looking at the politics of power, wherever we are. I was a consolator once. I studied theology here. We were just living here in Alamana House. And then the politics, when we started saying, okay, let's make Tangaza College one university with a combination of consolator missionaries. Then after that, when I left for South Africa for my PhD degree, what I found behind again, power came in. Somebody wants to sell the institution. Instead of building ourselves, but then we use this integrative aspect of our own lives to maintain our own target of power or our own power structure that we may be having individually or collectively. This false consciousness therefore supports authoritarian approach to institutions. And we are not seeing that's a wrong thing because it's false consciousness. But the time probably we challenge it with positive consciousness, probably that's the time we'll be able to wake up and ask ourselves, where are we going? Because when you look at the European countries, they have transcended the false consciousness, and now they are using their own machinated approach to use our false consciousness as a tool to export their power structures wherever. That's just a question I'm giving to all of you. I'm not really presenting a paper here to change anything, just to see if we are actually conscious of ourselves or we are not. The decisions to control these power structures, these authoritarian power structures, gives rise to unregulated formation of even educational institutions. Why? Because everybody wants to be identified with something. I cannot leave my place unless I've left a university. I must make sure that in my region, there's a public institution moving on. But you see, when we politicize education, automatically we see the failures of education. Because when we get those institutions, we want to employ our own people. Not because they are prepared to teach, but because we want to look that we are relevant. But that's the power of false consciousness. Until now we challenge the power of false consciousness, which is going to cost not easy. Which means therefore this false consciousness is further solidified by the fact that once those who get into that power, thank you, they want to use it well and use it properly for the destruction of other societies or other communities or at themselves. So this is my approach to you and requesting all of us, let us rise up as we saw it in Senghor, we saw it in Fanon, fundamental, though Fanon was more of an aggressive approach in terms of even physical confrontation. But I need, what I'm leaving to all of us, to have sober thinking. What we are doing here is to have a sober thinking, to analyze our own consciousness as African people in relation to education. Thank you. I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Icholi Anthony, all the way from Kisii University. This is a good honor for us. We've had a few presentations so far, and I like us to appreciate all of them at once. So we are going to give one clap for each presenter, okay? Ile ya kuinua, okay? So let us begin. What's the first one here? For a trigger, one. For Anthony, for Mudua, for Chieng. Yeah, was not a presenter. And for Bernard Dumara, one. So that we don't suffer from something called information overload, and we start forgetting where we started. Maybe we take this opportunity to just take maybe 2-3 questions from the floor, from anything that may have touched you from those present. Oh, okay. And for Nelson, who is online. Nelson, sorry. A clap for Nelson, all the way from Cameroon. Thank you. Yeah. So let's take a couple of questions from whatever we have had so far, so that then we can proceed from there. So, yeah.
Thank you. My name is Martin Wasagal. My question goes most to the key speaker, who was the Senator. Unfortunately, I don't see him, but thanks be to God, one of the speakers or the presenters, Dr. Dennis, talked about freedom or academic freedom, of which has been interfered by the government. In the morning, we heard the senators talking about the powerlessness of the parliament. And one of the duties of a legislator is to amend laws. Now, if you check well in the Parliament Act and in the laws, most of them use this phrase, mutatis mutandis, change what must be changed. And the question of the day will be, what is lacking for them to change so that things can go smoothly? The next question goes, I've been hearing about artificial intelligence, which to me is like a new wave of colonialism to brainwash the African brains or to diminish our intelligence. Now, the question to the presenters, will this just end in writing papers about the disadvantages of artificial intelligence, or there's any other step to be taken? Thank you.
Before we go to the next question, Martin, your first question is directed to who? To a trigger? Oh, okay.
Yes,
sorry.
Because
Thank
the Senate is not there, but he talked about freedom in academics.
It's okay, I get it. It's okay. I can see a few more hands up, so...
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Mark Majanga, and I have a question to Dr. Ojuang, who talked about AI. To be able to move. We are talking about technology here, and technology can be of importance, to my understanding, to supporting us. So if you are saying that AI is a brainwash, as someone also have said that, how then best can AI be of importance? Because already it's there. How then best universities and the education sector can be able to integrate AI to be of positive influence to supporting education? Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. My name is Rin Magezi, and my question still goes to Dr. Ojuang Ochieng, who presented about AI. And in your presentation, you talked of AI.
To respond to your portion.
Thank you very much. I'm really very honored in a very special way because the first question, which has been now attributed to me or direct to me, was to the senator. So I'm here now on behalf of the senator responding to that question. The question, if I captured it well, was what is it that our parliamentarians are not doing to guarantee academic freedom? In short, I'll just put it that way. And indeed, it's true, I touched something about academic freedom, which is an ideal environment for universities in Africa to achieve their primary objective of academic excellence or excellence in learning. It was unfortunate because of time I jumped a certain part. The part was a case study and recommendation. I wanted to highlight that it's not the case that all universities in Africa have failed to achieve their primary objective. There are case studies, most of which happen to be in South Africa actually. University of Cape Town is one example that is consistently ranked among top African universities due to its strong governance structures and commitment to academic freedom. Another one is Stellenbosch University. You will forgive me, my pronunciation may not be correct one. Also in South Africa. It is well known for its autonomous academic structures. The other one is Cairo University in Egypt. So there are cases where academic freedom has been guaranteed and the results are really seen. This does not mean that many universities in our countries, like in Kenya here or in Tanzania, Cameroon, Uganda, or Sudan, South Sudan, are not making strides or efforts to achieving academic freedom. They are making, but something or some things are lacking. Among the things that are lacking is one that has just been highlighted by this question. The commitment of our government, in this case through the legislature, to ensuring academic freedom. In South Africa, there is deliberate effort, and not just only deliberate effort, actually. There are policies that are put to guarantee, to safeguard, and also to ensure that there is academic freedom in these universities. So how come that our MPs or our parliamentarians are not doing much? What is lacking? I don't know whether I really have an exact answer to that, but I think there could be very, very many factors. Maybe lack of prioritization. What exactly do our universities need? This was put in the morning. Maybe the politicization of academics, which has just been highlighted here, again it was in the morning highlighted. I think they are main factors. But indeed, there is a need to put deliberate effort to safeguard
academic freedom. The other is tyranny of Eurocentrism. It was directed to me and Professor Nelson Shang from Cameroon. Again, this one, I didn't mention tyranny of Eurocentrism. I talked of dictatorship of syllabus, which ultimately mean the same thing. I was saying that an institution like ours here, which is greatly ecclesiastic, you find a great part of its syllabus, that's particularly departments of philosophy and theology, is dictated, I still hang on that word, from outside. Especially we have just finished writing the statutes for the renewal of the affiliation to Banana University. We had little to say about the syllabus. And so here we are. Are we not prolonging colonization? Does that really ensure academic freedom? Is it healthy at the end of the day? That is the question. I will say it's not healthy. Yet, at the same time, I will not say we should dismiss it wholesome. Here, I will make recourse to the late, one of the renowned professors in philosophy in Africa, Kwasi Wiredu, whom we had a session like this 2 years ago in honor of him, when he talked about mental decolonization. And he states clearly that decolonization is not de-Westernization or de-Europeanization. Decolonization is much more than that. We should not do away with the Western, whatever is Western or whatever is European, in this case, the syllabus. And at the same time, he calls also to decolonize ourselves from the negative vagaries of our cultures, of our beliefs, of our worldviews. So I think the best thing will be, as we are aware, we are conscious that this kind of syllabus that is heavily dressed with the Western-centric arguments may not be good for us. We should see how we can adapt it. We see the negative side of it, and we also see the positive side of it, so that it becomes relevant to our world. That's what I would just say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm told I'll just give a summary. It is fallacious to say that AI is created to brainwash Africans so that they become stupid. AI is with us, and as you know, this is a software we can assist us to do research. The major problem comes in when we have interdependence on AI to give us all the answers we need. I think the AI should simplify our research, should guide us on ways how we can handle research, how we can do investigation, how we can study. But the greatest thing which is happening with the young ones in high schools and even university now, that when you are given a question, instead of getting guidance from AI, the AI create answer for you and you copy paste it word by word to me. I will know that you are a Luo and sometimes your English not so fluent, or you are a Kamba and your English does not meet the standard. Now when you bring me exactly what you have downloaded online, created by AI, and you pretend that it is yours, then you are misusing it. We actually don't need a lot of money to get sophisticated software. There are simple software which we can use in our research, which can guide us to answer some question, even how you can, which book to go and check. Then read and assimilate. Having assimilated, then you are going to get the knowledge personally, not a knowledge which you cram, then you come to my class and vomit it. So this is the challenge which you are having with the young generation. While some of us who are going to the library to read books, Oriarenyar was saying that they were eating githeri. You yourself, you are now eating eggs, and you actually claim that you are intelligent. Please, this is a tool, it is with us, we cannot run away for it, and it's there to help us to make our research better. That's how we can domesticate it. We cannot throw it away like throwing the water and the child. We only throw the water and leave the child. So AI is with us, it's going to help us to do research, but let's not rely on it. That all the answers we need, we cannot actually go beyond what it is given to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ochieng and Dr. Etriga, for your responses. Just wondering, Nelson, would you have something to say? If you are still with us.
Yes, I'm still there. Thank you very much for the question. The question is what I said in relation to the tyranny of Eurocentrism.
Yeah.
And the question is, how do we decolonize without ending up colonizing? I think that's the question that the doctor asked. And the very first thing is, we are actually in a situation where we are still dominated by the colonial mentality. And the colonial mentality is that dependence on the colonial master, therefore on the West. And that's why, without talking about education, we're talking about science, technology, etc., the tendency is still to look towards the West as the best and consider us as not the best. And so that is a result of the colonial institution and the colonial mindset that was created in us. And you evoked Valentine Ifugimbe, mentioned the creation of Africa, and also Bememi, who has a text titled Le colonisateur et le colonisé, the colonizer and the colonized, in which he's portraying the same, in which he is presenting the same worldview, which is that's his description of how the Westerners created the mindset, the colonial mindset in us. And that is very beautifully described in the Black Skin, White Mask of countries that are
Sorry, you won't get your projection, but your sister will present from other sources.
Sorry that my work cannot be projected, but this work is done by Nyambetha Josephine and Aringo Margaret, the influence of philosophy in enhancing holistic education. And so, what was the rationale of this paper? It was prompted by the fact that education practices in Africa are in a critical stage. And this is because it's challenged by traditional African education, colonial mentality, Western education, and contemporary technological influences. And so these factors are contributed by moral, political, social, These factors are contributed by moral, political, social, cultural, religious, and economic drawbacks. And so what is really the argument of this work? The argument of this paper is that incorporating philosophy into the education system enhances learners' capability to critical examination, problem-solving capabilities in everything that they do. And so, this study is also grounded on Edmund Husserl's phenomenological approach, and it's guided by Kolb's educational experiential theory. We have heard since morning, and we know that education in African context has frequently reflected on colonial influences, emphasizing standardized testing and memorization at the expense of critical thinking and creativity. And so, this talk, or this paper, implores how philosophy can serve as a driving force behind revolutionary teaching methods that encourage self-awareness and all-round growth. Because we know that philosophy fosters ethical reasoning, critical thinking, reflective discussions. It provides crucial resources for overcoming many obstacles. And so, a philosophical approach in education in Africa is very necessary. I will not repeat, or I'll just say that African educational system is shaped by interplay between Western ideologies, colonial legacies, indigenous practices, and contemporary technology breakthroughs. And therefore, each of these components has distinct opportunities and challenges. And so what is our task, or what is my task as an individual or as a philosopher, is to critically interact with the history to encourage a sense of agency in teaching methods, decolonizing the curriculum, and adapting a more inclusive conception of knowledge that respects both conventional and contemporary paradigms, which are conceptual shifts that are necessary to achieve this. And so our observation is that it is important to recognize the importance of educators in this changing environment. Why? This is because teachers are frequently seen as the guardians of information and culture, but they also confront a variety of difficult obstacles, such as lack of resources, support, and training. And so what is the essence of philosophy in education? The development of critical thinking abilities that are necessary for higher education is based on philosophy, as you have said before. This is because it fosters love of wisdom, developing the critical thinking and problem solving, develop good grounds for communication abilities, develop the ability to listen to different points of view, and encourage students to learn throughout their lives. It also seeks knowledge outside the classroom, promotes ethical reflection, empowering students to address societal issues and moral problems. It also sharpens one's critical understanding of African societies, cultural narratives, and power structures. And therefore, this paper really encourages, just as the vision of Tangaza tells us, that it needs an education that teaches the mind, touches the heart, and transforms life. And so, the role of philosophy in holistic education is very important because it will promote the emotional and social components of learning, ability to identify and develop their own special talents and gifts, promotes interdisciplinary education, enhance education experience, reorienting the focus from conventional, inflexible objectives like, especially, many people go to school because they want a white-collar job. But once you do philosophy, it will help you to be more flexible to diverse way of living. And so this paper really invites us towards a rebirth in African education. And also looking at the current challenges in African education, as been said before, I will not repeat them, but I want to be a little bit aware of the time, and I'll just bring this to a conclusion that this paper really calls for a revolutionary potential for improving holistic education through incorporation of philosophy into African higher education. This is because incorporating philosophy into higher education in Africa can act as a link between conventional wisdom and modern scholarly methods. Also, encouraging philosophical inquiry in education can enhance or encourage cooperation between different industries, businesses, such as businesses, government, and civil society. Also, it will help develop a generation of leaders who are not only informed but also dedicated to promoting education. And therefore, I end by saying that, as Aristotle says, be a free thinker and do not accept everything as true, everything you hear as true. Be critical and evaluate what you believe in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Nyabeda. You have really saved us on time, but given us what is important in terms of holistic education for self-realization. We have 4 presenters remaining with us, and they have assured me that they will take each between 3 to 5 minutes. The other side are finished. So let's just keep that little patience. They will give us the punchy, the parting shots, of their ideas on what they have written. So the next one we have is none other than Dr. Kimani Sebas, again, who is one of us. He's going to talk about university education and the synergy of philosophy, leadership, and good governance. Welcome, Dr. Sebas.
Thank you very much. We say that to a lay person or layman, according to Plato's world's foremost political theorist of idealists, was calling for a philosopher king as the most reputable and qualified to take the mantle of leadership. And to dispel these intellectual limits and misjudgment, Plato only identified utility of knowledge as the essential and indispensable ingredient of leadership. However, according to Plato, he argued that power and political authority was in the hands of ignorant people who do not know what it takes to ensure good and quality leadership as we experience in our day-to-day life activities. Lack of education impairs on the policies that would be initiated and executed by those leaders. In today's world, there are those who are not fully acquainted with the act of leadership, yet they are in leadership positions. This inability of society through which leaders are to fashion out the structure as a blueprint causing the major slowdown in all spheres of life, philosophers provide an intellectual roadmap and structure upon which effective and efficient society can be put in place. There is a synergy between philosophy, leadership, and good governance in order to achieve or to initiate policies that are humane. However, the rationality as a fashionable tool which is widely acknowledging that there must be a way of settling disputes or problems, the combination of quality, leadership, and good governance, which should be enriched in the intellect that one acquires from university, so that we can have resilient society, is lacking. According to Thomas Hobbes and John Locke, who differed significantly on their contract, Hobbes argued that man in his state of nature essentially have a contract that requires to tame the excessive display of liberty of people, which results to give room for higher level of suspicion, violence, among other vices. While on the other side, John Locke argued that leadership of state is not in hands of one person, but an assembly of men. However, is this the case? Study from Africa political history from colonialism, you find that up to independence, it shows that Africa are on social, political, and economic snail pace. What is the experience that we experience today is that there is lack of understanding of the relationship of the rule and the ruled. Leadership is not enterprise meant for everyone, as my predecessors earlier mentioned. Neither is it a vocation for mentally ill-equipped, especially to those who have gone through the university. The state cannot move forward without support of people and leaders who command high sense of duty and genuineness. According to major scholars, especially in the Athenian, they argued that the direct control or making of political decisions should be from the citizens. However, is this the case? The beauty of civil rule and democracy lies on the platform of people who are given opportunity to exercise this realization. However, the problem that appear peculiar to African leaders, more specifically who have attained university education, lacks this. Some leaders are still wallowing in the ignorance of New World Order and their realization that the membership of international organizations is no longer business of sovereign member states that deal with their nationalities only. However, according to this paper, we argue that fairness and equity treatment should be the hallmark of leadership and good governance. However, this must fall within the moral epicenter of a structure of governance, as we heard from the keynote speaker earlier in the morning. Frequently, there is sermonization and gospeling by the leaders towards moral principles, whereby they only obey what they choose to obey. majority of countries, especially in Africa, for the provisions of quality administrative and good governance. Then the question is, why the need, or what is the need of going through university education? This must take into cognizance that there is national anthems that gives, or the constitution that have substractums that rewards or give evaluations to leadership. Are they ready to listen to these evaluations? How do they take the criticisms? However, leadership is an innovative and it should be inspirational. In the conclusion, this paper argues that good leaders command obedience of people and they must enjoy the support of people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kimani. You have done well. He has made good his promise to use 5 minutes. Let's see whether our next presenter will do us same. And this is none other than Dr. Atanasio Nyaga, not Dr. yet, but one of our own here. And he wants to talk about the role of human conscience, the role of human conscience in combating corruption. He will cite Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa particularly as examples. Welcome, Nyaga.
The role of human conscience in combating corruption in Africa, a case study of Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. Corruption remains one of the most pervasive challenges undermining socio-economic and political development in Africa. And despite numerous anti-corruption efforts, including the establishment of institutions such as the famous Kenya Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, Nigerian Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, and South African Special Investigating Unit, the problem persists and has proved to be the order of the day. This study, therefore, examines the role of human conscience as a transformative tool in combating corruption. Drawing philosophical, theological, ethical, and cultural perspectives, the paper argues that the human conscience, which is rooted in moral reasoning and societal values, can be harnessed to promote integrity and accountability. Using case studies from Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa, the paper explores the interplay between individual morality, systematic corruption, and these countries, despite their diverse histories and socio-political context, share common struggles with this systematic corruption and efforts to confront it. It is therefore hoped that by prioritizing the transformative power of conscience, African nations can make significant strides to fight in the fight against corruption and move towards more transparent, equitable, and accountable governance systems. In this case, the role of university education in the formation of human conscience that can combat corruption is necessarily inevitable. What is the interplay between corruption and human conscience? The conflict between corruption and human conscience is evident in the moral struggles of individuals operating within corrupt systems in our society. Personal conscience may resist unethical practices, yet social pressures and fear of repercussions can empower this resistance. Conversely, those who rationalize corrupt actions often demonstrate a silenced or compromised conscience. We are going to see, because of time, what's the role of the university education in the formation of human conscience that can combat corruption. University education serves a crucial platform for intellectual, moral, and ethical development of individuals,
Beyond their acquisition of technical knowledge and professional skills, universities foster critical thinking, nurture ethical awareness, and promote the growth of moral responsibility. This holistic education, which should be offered by the university, is instrumental in shaping human conscience, equipping individuals to navigate complex society challenges with integrity and a sense of justice. It is the role of university to develop critical thinking, in which the emphasis is engagement in rigorous thinking, and needless to say, university graduates who embrace critical thinking are better positioned to challenge corrupt systems and advocate accountability. It is also the role of a university to expose the students to diverse perspectives, in which this engagement, this empathetic engagement, nurtures conscious attitude to the complexities of pluralistic society. Another role of university is to promote ethics and value education. And this moral foundation of value education enables graduates to recognize corruption as a violation of ethical principles and the societal trust. It is also the role of university to engage in community service, in which, by connecting theoretical knowledge to real-world challenges, university cultivate leaders who put priority to integrity over personal gain. It is also the role of university to promote mentorship and leadership, whereby a university environment that upholds academic integrity and ethical leadership instills in students the importance of accountability in both personal and professional spheres. Finally, it is the work of a university to engage in research and innovation, in which this commitment to truth and knowledge creates a culture of accountability that is incompatible with corruption. Therefore, the battle against corruption in Africa requires a multifaceted approach that integrates human conscience with institutional reforms. Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa exemplify the challenges and opportunities of leveraging moral awakening that combat systematic corruption. Besides, the formation of human conscience through university education is essential for combating corruption. By fostering critical thinking, ethical awareness, and civic responsibility, universities prepare individuals to challenge corrupt practices and advocate for justice. In an era marked by widespread corruption, the role of higher education in cultivating integrity and accountability cannot be overstated. As a society seeks to build transparent and equitable systems, the conscience shaped within the university becomes a powerful tool for transforming or for transformative change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nyaga. Another promise kept. And we have the next speaker, who is Linus Lusabe. And Linus Lusabe, he is going to talk about suicide among university students in Kenya, and he's going to use the ideas of Kierkegaard, his existentialism, to talk about this. Dr. Lusabe, welcome. Keep the promise.
Thank you. I will keep the promise. To address this topic, we are using Kierkegaard's existentialism, and I would like to put into perspective this kind of philosophy. Kierkegaard is referred to as the father of existentialism. He is coming on the stage when the rationalist school has been dominant, of course represented by Hegel. And so all those ideas about abstract concepts, about absolute truths, about objectivity, about universalism, they've been very dominant. But of course, also socially, there have been problems in Europe. There have been wars, social unrest, many effects of industrial revolution. And so Kierkegaard and those who are going to come after him, the existentialists, are saying, you are talking about universals, you are talking about objectivity, but what about the individual? Where is the individual in all this? And that's why you will find that in his philosophy and the philosophies of the existentialists, the other existentialists, the emphasis is on the individual. And in fact, they are going to say, instead of essence precedes existence, they are going to say the opposite. Existence precedes essence. This particular individual, what is his role? And if existence precedes essence, it means this man is going to make his own, to determine his own life through the choices that he's going to make. He's going to make himself. He's going to fulfill his capacity or his potential, his essence, through the choices that he makes. But of course, there are going to be challenges, there are going to be absurdities of life, and he or she has to navigate through those by the choices that he or she makes. Of course, as a Christian, Kierkegaard is going to say that there'll be a leap of faith at some point when ethically you feel like you are not an apple, you are in despair, then you should be able to have a leap of faith. But you see, the problems that Kierkegaard and others are addressing are the problems that we can equate with the student universities. They are facing so many challenges, economically, socially, a lot of pressure, and yet they are individuals who can make choices. They should not be in despair because they need to be authentic selves when they make good choices and, of course, make a leap of faith. And so we can use Kierkegaard, his individuality and the making of choices to tell the students that, okay, problems are there, the many problems that you are facing, but you don't have to despair to the point of deciding to lose life. And so we will use Kierkegaard, but I think what I'm going also to suggest in my paper is that it's not enough to use Kierkegaard. Of course, we emphasize the individual, but what about the role of the community? So in my conclusion, I suggest that we'll integrate his philosophy and the philosophy of Ubuntu so that we can have a holistic approach to this problem that the students are facing. And it's not only the students. You can just oppose that with the army. You can, even in the religious society, communities, suicide is becoming very common. It's a sad thing to talk about, but it's a reality. But it's the whole issue about the essential issues that the society is facing today. So the many approaches that universities are going to take should be based on the integration of Kierkegaard's philosophy of existentialism and the Ubuntu philosophy. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Lusabe. Last but not least is Dr. Roy, who is going to talk about identity issues, politics of recognition. Welcome.
It's almost early good evening. So my theme is clear, politics of recognition in addressing the issue of identity. So a real crisis the liberal democracies face is the handling of the people with culturally different identities, often based on ethnicity, race, gender, or religion. So we have a philosopher from Canada called Charles Taylor, and he comes up with an essay called Politics of Recognitions that treats in details the issue, and he suggests a solution for the same. He's a Canadian, born in Quebec, born to a francophone mother and an anglophone father. So fighting against naturalistic tendencies or reductionist tendencies and the postmodern methodologies that stem from the Enlightenment reason, his philosophy embraces the hermeneutical turn, which has its undercurrent in the Aristotelian conception of man and society. He succeeds in applying his anthropological vision in the present political issues, especially in the problem of recognition faced by both individuals and group. Recognition and identity. Non-recognition or misrecognition can inflict harm, can be a form of oppression, imprisoning someone in false, distorted, and reduced mode of being. One of the reasons for the need for recognition becomes prevalent in modernity is due to the collapse of ancient social hierarchies, which were based on honor, to present democracy that stands for dignity. Or another reason is the shift to the individualized identity, or we speak more of ethics of authenticity. In fact, there is an edition where a German author, Herder, adds this ethics of authenticity is applicable and must be applied not only for individual but also for community, or recognition must be given not only for individual but also the community he belongs. So recognizing the community group are becoming more important in the present day culture. So for that, recognition and dialogue. The self-understanding cannot be achieved in a monological manner for the crucial feature of human life that is fundamentally dialogical in character. We define our identity always in dialogue with, sometimes in a struggle against the things our significant others want to see in us. Even after we outgrow some of these others, like our parents, for instance, and they disappear from our lives, the conversation with them continues with us as long as we live. So in discussing the politics of recognition in the context of politics or political philosophy, we have two streams. First one is politics of universalism from Kant or Locke, or then we have politics of difference from Hegel. So the first one is known as Moralität, another one is known as Sittlichkeit. And the first one can be understood as the politics that speaks of homogeneity, that speaks of state neutrality, that speaks of atomism, that speaks of only equality and the liberty of individual. Otherwise, when we move to Sittlichkeit, where we speak not only of individual, but also the community to which he is belonging. So Sittlichkeit means the obligation to belong. So of these two views on recognition, Taylor prefers Hegel's concept of Sittlichkeit, which emphasized that the individuals are bound up with the communities they belong to and the particular social and political roles they occupy. So along with that, Taylor brings forth another concept, that is presumption of value. All human cultures that have animated whole societies over some considerable stretch of time have something important to say to all humans. So we presume that culture has a value, then we start a dialogue. So for that, he embraces the philosophy of Gadamer, that is a fusion of horizon. So no culture can be kept away. Thinking, saying, arguing, maybe an answer, maybe that we had the discussion from the beginning, maybe the colonialism, how to address the colonial nature or this or that ethnicity. Maybe let's start a dialogue. So we move to concluding remarks. So addressing the issue of identity in today's multicultural context has become very important, as the issues of misrecognition, ethnocentrism, xenophobia, gender discrimination, etc. are all-time high. In handling this issue of recognition of different identities, both individual and community, Charles Taylor joins with his essay, Politics of Recognition. So the issue of recognition is relevant today, as the ancient monarchy that gave importance for honor is being replaced by modern democracies that importance for dignity. Taylor argues the recognition today is required both for individual and community, as the community gives orientation and background like an inescapable framework for understanding one's identity. In promoting recognition both for individual and community, Taylor opts for politics of difference approach based on the philosophy of Hegel against the difference-blind approach basically grounded on the universal ethics of Kant. Along with the Hegelian foundation, Taylor brings another concept, namely presumption of value, by which we appreciate any culture under the impression that at least it had oriented certain set of people for a meaningful life. To save this approach from mere cultural relativism, he invites us to follow the idea of dialogue as proposed by Gadamer with his idea of fusion of horizon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Roy. And guess what? We are finished. Let us appreciate these presenters that have taken us through the second leg of presentations. Yes, we did. Unainua tu moja, unaangusha. One for Sister Nyabetha, one for Nyaga, one for Roy, one for Lusabe, one for Kimani, and one for yourselves all. Actually, we are still very much within schedule. According to the timetable I have here, we should be having open discussion up to 4:30 actually. So which means we have a whole 7 minutes to to have some interlocutions. So let me open the floor, at least for those, particularly for those presentations that have been done. If you had any question to ask, the role of philosophy in education and self-realization, the university education and the synergy of philosophy and leadership, role of conscience, the question of suicide in the universities and Kierkegaard's existentialism, politics of recognition, and generally any other question from any other presentations. Now it is the time.
Thank you. I am Peter Uluoj from Apostle of Jesus. And my question is going to Father John Mondoa. when you have been talking of the many universities having different motions compared to the previous one, you brought something about veritas, truth. Now my question is, how can the contemporary universities reconcile the tension between the specialized research and the holistic education? More so, those one aiming at forming morally and virtuous individual in our secularized academic landscape. Thank you. And secondly is going to Father Dennis Etriga, who is acting on the behalf of the Senator. Yeah. That when you brought the issue of the government, I hope you will reconcile it better, that the question of AI, we can see that it is not only affecting the education when you are proclaiming the freedom in universities, where you can find even someone in a village Googling how to steal a chicken without the owner hearing the noise. Or a child is Googling how to kill a dad without the parents knowing. So Father, how can could the government be able to restrict a certain mode of use of the AI so that they could really produce the intellectual and moral men the country need? As I heard from the guest speaker, that if we cannot solve the small problem, the biggest problem is ahead of us. How can the government really reconcile this with the freedom in the universities you are trying to claim? Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. I can see a few hands up. My request is just place one question first. If we have enough time, we'll get a second. Your most pressing question, place this first. And also, just be straightforward with the question. No, let's take more here.
Okay, I think I'm unfortunate, but since we have Philosopher Kings in front, this question was for Dr. Kiman. In his defense, he used a philosopher called Plato in his politics. And Plato says, the people who should govern should be philosopher kings. But we have had in governments, people have been philosopher kings, but when they join the government, they do the contrary. They are again promoters of pseudo-democracy. Can we say that they have learned nothing and forgot nothing? Thank you.
Thank you so much, the professors. My question, first one goes to Reverend Father Roy, who spoke about the politics of recognition. And I would like to ask, how can the politics of recognition be promoted today in our today's situation, whereby the Gen Zs are not recognized of their ideas? Students in the universities, they speak, but they are not recognized. So how can we promote this politics of recognition in our today's situation? Another one goes to Professor Patrick. I think he was the first speaker. He also continued with the issue of false conscience, which has promoted tribalism too much in the universities. What could be the measures to combat it or to do away with it? Because man is by nature selfish. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name's Clement Odhiambo from Society of African Mission. My first question goes to Dr. Sabas Kimani. What strategies then can be employed to ensure accountability, transparency, and equity in university governance? Straight to second question to Dr. Luseba. To what extent do academic stress and the pressure to achieve high grades contribute to suicidal behavior in the university today?
Thank you. My question goes to Dr. Lusabe. You talked of suicide, you analyzed it very well, and using the existentialism of Kierkegaard. So my question is, how relevant can your analysis or your topic, your presentation, in a world where individualism has taken over, in which case everyone looks at himself, at his life or her life as his or her own responsibility. I look at myself, I'm in charge of myself, and more so with a capitalistic mentality in many countries, especially developing countries, everybody looks at himself as they're in charge of their life. They can do away with whatever they want in their life. How relevant can your topic still be in this kind of situation? Thank you.
I think that's enough set of questions. We can handle those ones first, please. There are questions going to Modua, this question going to Etriga, to Patrick down there, to Lusabe and Roy. Why can't we just follow, begin from the last there, Lusabe? Are you ready? Then we can have Roy coming this way, and we'll have you last, Patrick down there.
So I start with the second question. I just mentioned that one of the solutions is to integrate the existentialism of Kierkegaard with the Ubuntu philosophy, and specifically the aspect of communalism and interconnectedness. We have been talking about decolonization. We need to appreciate our roots, because the tenet of Ubuntu philosophy, I am because we are. I'm my brother's keeper, I'm my sister's keeper. That's something that we need to identify with, to bring our values, our cultural values in the system. We have been talking about how we can be African, how can our systems be African. So that's one of the things. We need to be our brother's keeper, our sister's keeper. I am because we are. And when we are going to have those approaches, we are going to defeat individualism. It's not like individualism is bad. It has its values, as I've said from Kierkegaard. But if we integrate that with Ubuntu, that's a project for us. And for each one of us, we have a role to play to help each other so that we reduce that menace in the society. The other one is academic excellence. Yes, the pressures, those pressures of academic excellence, of having money when you don't have money, the social pressures, the peer pressure, all those things are leading to students to, and of course the question of success. I suppose you come from a community, a religious community, and maybe some of our communities, we are told if you don't perform, if you don't get these grades, you are going to be kicked out. And sometimes it ends up forcing us to cheat, or if you don't cheat, if the worst comes to the worst, and then you start having those suicidal thoughts, and God forbid. But we want not those pressures to make you lose meaning in life or think that you have no meaning in life. But you just have to say, I can do what I can, and the rest I leave to God. That's what Kierkegaard would say. And then don't force yourself beyond your capacity. But if you allow the pressures to overpower you, you are anxious, you become despair, and then you decide something that is not meaningful. So it's upon me to know what is my potential, what's my capacity. Should I allow academic excellence or the pressures to make me lose meaning in life? You are more important than academics. I suppose so. Thank you.
So thank you, Nico, for asking question on recognition. So what you asked is, we are not recognized as a group or as a Gen Z, sometimes as seminarians or sometimes as formators. So this problem of recognition is one of the hottest issues. Maybe you also following maybe the news, world news, especially what is happening in America these days. When the Trump came into power, he was declaring that this is American rule, and I don't know what about what is called third gender or this migrants or this and that, but we need only man and a woman, and this is the American rule. Still they claim this is a liberal country. So in fact, when we speak of this politics of recognition, as I mentioned, two possibilities are there to address. First of all, maybe a liberal approach or a procedure liberalist, maybe like John Rawls, or liberal can be maybe all of those philosophers they mentioned, even Immanuel Kant can be. They all say what we can offer in a country, like a liberal country, we can offer equality, freedom, justice and so on. But even then when we speak of this America now, what is the policy they are executing? They are executing the policy of the majority. Then what about the minority? That's why instead of that, we may need to think of another way of approaching this politics of recognition. Maybe Hegel he was giving a foundation for another approach. Instead of liberalism, we may be familiar with in the political science philosophy that is a communitarianism, or maybe referring to Rousseau and so on. Like we may speak of a civic humanist approach, where we try to give importance not only for individual, but also every individual belongs to a particular community, and it is that community that gives meaning. When I am trying to define who I am, my name is, where are you from, to which community, to which country, that means the community is something essential to belong it. So when a political policy is making, then there we get an answer. When we see different, what is called ethnic group, different religious group, so why it is not happening? So the first happening must be here. This is a philosophical forum, a kind of intellectual discussions. Next we are going to contribute to when these political, what is called policy makers must listen to us. They make sense. Then what is their policy? Then they may approach it. The Gen Z must take over these discussions. Then the leaders will take over these discussions. Then that leads to a kind of a change, what is called a mutation that is possible and positive. Thank you.
Thank you. If I understood well the question, it is how do you reconcile the moral, the pragmatic or instrumental, and the theoretical dimensions of university education? You see, the word university itself comes from a conception of what it's supposed to be, that a university student or university graduate should have a universal kind of knowledge. That's one of the meanings of the word university. And I exposed the challenges today of compartmentalization. That is reduction of university to faculties and disciplines that do not interact with each other. So if a student comes to study economics in the university, he will master very well economics. He's well versed with the market theories and all this. But will that student know the relationship between economics and anthropology, economics and ethics, economics and theology, economics and history, economics and all these other sciences. Or he will just walk out of the university as an economist, but not as a universal, somebody who can apply this universally. And I said I used the two approaches as a renewal because the university in the past had this unity of curriculum. And if we want to restore that, I said we go still to the unity of curriculum, and I used Henry Newman and what is called the Catholic intellectual tradition. And the Catholic intellectual tradition, one of the arguments is that no single science can give truth. Even theology alone cannot give truth. Theology needs other sciences. For theology to be contextual, it needs other sciences. If theology was just to be independent, it will only portray a perspective of truth. This applies to all the other sciences. So what I said is for interdisciplinarity, for the organization of curriculum in the contemporary university, intellectual moral tradition and the insights from Henry Newman say, let us consider the epistemic foundation and dimension. The purpose of university is to get the truth. Truth is objective, and truth is also particular. There's the truth of economics, there's the truth of biology, there's the truth of mathematics, there's the truth, but there's also the truth. So you can get a particular truth, and you may not understand the particular truth without its relationship to the truth. And that is why these sciences have different resources. There are sciences that give you reality which corresponds to our empirical perception of reality, like the natural sciences. But these sciences lack what they are called internal resources, even to explain their own findings. And that's why along the history, we have come with the development of what is called philosophy of science. So that philosophy can help science to explain its own, to clarify its own methodologies and explain its own findings. And there are some sciences that may not give you a clear presentation of reality empirically, like philosophy, like theology, yet these sciences have internal resources that even go beyond their own boundaries to adjudicate other sciences. And for that matter, my argument was we must have a unitary curriculum. And it's the predicament, and very unfortunate I said, is that when you go to our universities, either many lack the faculty of theology. Very few have limping faculties of philosophy, because the general shift in university education, they emphasize only that pragmatic instrumental dimension for career training, for jobs and so on. They have forgotten the moral and what I said, the theoretical perspective of. That is why we don't have graduates, as the professor from Cameroon said, who can produce living thoughts. He said universities churn products who only repeat and pile dead knowledge, because they have no capacity to generate new knowledge. They have only capacity to remember, memorize what they got in a certain particular narrow field which did not interact with others. So the sciences that have capacity to unite, to animate, to animate dialogue between the different other sciences, one of them is philosophy, and of course theology. So I think that is my answer.
There's a question that was asked about the issue of consciousness. What measures? There's that question that was raised about the measures on that. It's important that we recognize ourselves as African people. We have just heard about identity, our own identity, that should not just be infused with any other identity, which means the appreciation of the self. Actually, all that we have been discussing in my own summary is that it's all about the self, which means, therefore, we have to demystify the paternalistic approaches to education, that everything has to come from outside, as if we cannot have anything from within. In the process of demystification, we have actually to have self-evaluation and self-appreciation. The next measure that could be given, in my own thinking, we also need to see the value of African institutions, because not all institutions from Europe speak to us in a language that's more academic than what our own institutions in Africa could do. I think when we really promote our own African intellectual or educational institutions and give them the value that they do have, probably that's the way to see to it that we are conscious of our own reality. Third, I could also think of listening to the voices of the people. We have just heard of CBC, and they have been having what you call public participation, which wasn't actually public participation. And the Kenyan people tried to voice out their feelings about the new curriculum. But were those voices we listened to? We realized that it was already something made, and at all costs it has to be imposed on the people. So that is why it's important we listen to the voices of the people. You guys have read about Thomas Hobbes. He talks about the will of the people. And how is that will of the people speaking to us in our own self-evaluation and value addition to our own existence as African people? Finally, I also think of not just listening to the African institutions and promoting them. In my presentation, I talked about the nationalism of Nkrumah, to see that we African people have that unity. And that unity is not just a political unity. We can as well have unity when it comes to education. We are talking about having our own African education. And Africa is not just me and you. There are many Africas. What's the unity of the African people in forging towards an African educationalized system? Probably that is something we could think about as measures in recognizing what our consciousness of our own reality could be. Thank you.
Dr. Patrick, is there something you could say, or it has been answered? It has been answered. Okay.
I think someone was asking about tribalism, isn't it? What can we do about tribalism in public institutions, given the fact that humans are inherently selfish? I think that is what someone was asking, isn't it? I want to suggest here that there's a way out of that. And one way is, first of all, to move away from the notion of universities being credentializing institutions. I think for a long time we have used universities as places where you go get your certificate and then go out and look for work. Until and the time when we begin to see universities as places where we learn how to live well and die well, places where we learn to think profoundly about the human and the non-human condition, and the places where we also learn to initiate paradigm shifts in our thinking, in a way society is restructured and in the way we forge relationship. I think that would be the starting point. We move away from merely giving people work in universities because they possess certain credentials. There's a way in which that can be solved, I think, and one of which is to insist that all interviews, particularly with respect to senior management, should be conducted in public so that everybody can see and tell whether this person is competent or not competent. Secondly, I think there's a way in which you could insist that once you have submitted your application that you need to be given this position or that position, that information should first be sent to the forensic experts so that they can do a thorough background check about the person that we are hiring for this particular purpose. And in that way, you'd have only people who are competent. Well, if you come from a particular ethnic group, but you have the competency, I have no problem with that. My problem is you are just handpicked because you simply come from someone who knows someone, right? And then perhaps even the hiring process itself should be taken away from the institution. I'm thinking here of a situation where you could have like a database, the way they just do procurement. They could have as many professionals in particular places in a single database. And when you have a problem, you could send all the applications to this hiring entity, and they will sort out who is who, and they will interview them, and they will eventually get someone who is fit for the purpose. I think there are many ways. There are many ways in which we can insist that tribalism should have no place in our institutions, but especially when it comes to higher levels of decision making. I don't mind, of course, including people in the village if there's a university in that particular village. There's no problem with that because you're also helping to empower them. Those people within that university. And I think one of the reasons why universities are started in all the places is to help prop up the economies of such places, and also to help people become productive in their own ways. How they do. So if it's done at lower cadres, I have no problem with that. My problem is people who are making decisions at senior levels and people who then end up coming up with policies that are favorable to particular entities and not everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I believe this one brings us to the end of our day. I'll call upon Dr. Ochieng to give a word of thanks for all that has taken place this day. After that, Father Gerard will say for us a closing prayer. I know you may have more questions, but most of the presenters are still here. As we break, as we part, you can always approach any presenter and just have a chat with them. Also, for all the presenters of the day, kindly, after the closing prayer, come forward here. So all the presenters of the day, I know some are seated there who are on the other side, so you'll stand here for a photo. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Today could not have been a success without participation of all of us. So I thank all of us first. But I also thank Tangaza University management. Vice Chancellors was here with us up to lunch hour, the DVCs, and even the Faculty of Philosophy, the Institute of Philosophy, headed by Father Triga. I also have to thank finance of Tangaza University. Without finance, all which we are seeing here, we could not have seen. Then again, I have to thank the kitchen. I hope all of us were satisfied, and you are not philosophizing in empty stomach, Because you can't philosophize in an empty stomach. They did a good job, and we thank them. and all the university management. Then in a special way, I have to thank the full staff members of Institute of Philosophy. The full-time members, please stand up for recognition. Full-time members, Faculty of Philosophy, thank you so much. They have been on the ground from last year, May, to assist in planning when some of us are out. Thank you. And we recognize your effort for the whole year of preparation. But again, I also have to thank all the members of the steering committee. The steering committee members, we are all here, and we have to congratulate ourselves for the good job. It has been a tiresome job from May last year up to now, and we are glad that we have come to the culmination thanks to our own effort and cooperation. So the members of the steering committee, I can see Odinga up there, Sister Olivia, then Dr. Buya has just left. Dr. Buya is from Technical University. This committee is actually comprising of members from different universities. And so Buya is from Technical University. She's just left, and you saw her as the MC. I'm also a member from Kisii University. Dr. Odinga is down there. Odinga, raise up your hand. Yes. Yeah, thanks to him, we got the Honorable Mutata. And also, I have to thank Father Roy, Dr. Nyaga, Sister Nyambeda, all the members of the steering committee. Thank you so much. Then again, I have to thank our guest speakers and the keynote speaker. It takes time to coordinate, and we are praying very much that Okia Mutata should not be held in prison, because he generally is fond of visiting prison, okay? But for the rights of Kenyans, okay? Yeah, so at least our novena was answered, and we had him here today. Thank you so much. I also have to thank Dr. Dikir from Technical University. Last year was here, and this year is still here, so that's a philosopher king. And Professor Ntabo, can we clap for them? Thank you so much for your input. That was beautiful. And we only ask you that after this, you send us those papers so that we can have them be published. Again, I have to thank Capuchin TV for airing this. You have been here with us for the last 1 week, and when you are airing the advert, and now you have covered this the whole day, we thank you so much. In fact, the whole world is watching us, thanks to you. You have really cooperated with us, especially the Department of Philosophy. Please continue partnering with us. Thank you so much. Then Tangaza students who are here, Alvin and others who have coordinated, we thank you so much, our students. We also have to thank students who have come to grace this occasion. Do you have students from Apostle of Jesus? Yeah, they are there. Raise up your hand, Apostle of Jesus. Yeah, they are there. Thank you so much. What about Nazarene University? I saw their bus around. Nazarene University, you are there. Probably, maybe the bus has left. Consolata Philosophicum, are we here? They're not there. But also, we have to appreciate our sisters and brothers from Catholic University of Eastern Africa. Thank you so much for coming. Again, we have a student from Kisii University. Oh, are you there? Yes, she's there. She's representing students from Kisii University. Then we know that Rongo University was represented by Professor Ntebo, and Technical University was represented by Dr. Dikir and Dr. Buya. Then we thank the ABSA Bank. They donated for us chairs, and we are saying that even if you are religious, just visit that desk so that you get some information which can help your community, okay? Don't keep money in your pocket. There are so many opportunities when you are dealing with the banks. So ABSA Bank, thank you so much. The security, the workers around who have made sure that everything has fallen in place. I thank you all. And so we have to ask all the presenters that at the end of the day, we are going to publish the proceedings of this conference. So we need those papers. we are going to give you 1 month or two so that you put those papers together and you send them so that you can start the process of publication. It is important that you have your paper published. All of us will perish, but the only thing they will remember us with is what you have written down. Okay? All the songs we have composed. So don't just die like that. This is the opportunity to leave something behind, okay? Yes. So thank you so much. For all those who are forgotten, all the members of staff, everybody is watching us online, all our students, CLM, and everybody across the world. We say thank you, and please, let's look forward for next year. We are almost there, but I also have to thank Kisii University. We have the chairman the chairman of Philosophy and Religious Studies is here, so we are really grateful for honoring this occasion. I hope nobody is left out. Huh? Okay, yeah. Our brother from Cameroon, Dr. Nation Shah, thank you so much. This is the 3rd time we are presenting, and you have been consistent to be with us, and that's the beauty of philosophy. Always a philosopher, remain a philosopher. I know it's difficult in the nation, but we thank you for writing the paper and presenting and being with us. And more so, answering the questions, even if you are online. So thank you so much. Everybody has been appreciated. The crews, thank you so much. Those who have been hearing from the IYS or ISC. Yeah, IC. Please, thank you so much. And therefore, I have to call Father Namunga to come and gracefully end this occasion. Thank you so much. Blessings. We can stand up for prayers, please.
I often like to be the last person to speak because it makes me to shorten my speech. So this is a prayer. And today, you know, remember St. Paul, a great philosopher and a man of integrity and fidelity to God and mission. So through his intercession, we pray that the good Lord, our Father and source of wisdom, may help us to implement what we have deliberated upon, the insights, inspirations, challenges presented here, and alternatives presented to address those challenges. We pray, our Father, that you may help us to reach fruitful deliberations and implementation for your greater glory. We ask this through Jesus Christ our Lord. St. Paul, pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. The photo now.
Present us.
And respondents, maybe.
Respondents, yes.
Say, make I tell you, say now you just say 1 month, 1 week. You don't say no new song, 2 days, no less than that. You will hear congratulations, just in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for you, and you will come back with a new song to say God is good.
A very good afternoon to the viewer, and thank you for keeping tabs with Capuchin TV, and to be very specific for joining us on this event that was coming to you live from Tangaza University during the 4th International Philosophy Day Symposium 2025, whereby this event brought together the leaders, students and lecturers to reflect on how philosophy can provide solutions on the pressing challenges affecting education. Reporting live for Capuchin TV, my name is Maureen Kimani, and once again, thank you very much and have a blessed evening. God bless.